生まれたわけが今わかる。ランネランランネラン風になり走れ。さあ昨日のお前を超えてゆくんだ。立ち向かえ自分より大きなものに。そうさ若さは燃え尽きない流星だ。
Alright folks, we got some more Galaxy Princess Zorana to play today. We got a few decent notes yesterday. Went around the western edge of the galaxy mostly, made a few friends, got a bit of information, and learned that a couple of people are actually pretty easy to assure the vote of. One is a complete non-issue, the other I assumed would be more of a problem, but then ends up acquiescing and supporting you so easily when you stumble upon a little accidental bit of info. Though, now that I think about it, the one old guy who's super jovial and friendly probably has his share of secrets. If they like you enough, they're happy to support you. If they don't, it seems like you have to do a personal quest for them. A rotten day because you're playing as someone who wasn't supposed to be the Empress, but suddenly finds herself not just heir, but the candidate to take up her father's place. And so now we have to do a whole lot of hustling. Just like Long Live the Queen. To get our stats up in a short amount of time. And also to roam the galaxy, trying to meet our electors, make allies, secure some votes. We'll delay the announcement on Dad's death. Accept Korundi's protection, though we could try to see what happens if we don't accept Korundi's protection. Maybe the next time around. I want to keep it simple at first. Determined mood. We'll keep etiquette up for the first step. $20 etiquette to get a basic level etiquette. Then Korundi ends up protecting us from an assassin in the night. We'll name her Garafina. We've always asked Mazarin about Dad. Does it make a difference if we ask about himself? How are you doing? I know this must have been a shock. My reason for existing is no longer present. Would you call that a shock? I don't know what you would call it. I don't know how to feel. You must rise above your feelings. Do not let them rule you. Duty is duty. Your duty is to learn and rule. You see, he's basically surrogate dad. I understand. Mazrid is not your friend. He doesn't want your comfort, and he isn't here to comfort you. I must go alone. Woman who broke into my room. Zolot, Elector of Kedro. See, that's why I thought that maybe he'd be involved somehow. Let's get more interaction first. More interaction. And then we announce Dad's death. We get more etiquette. We'll boost etiquette up to 50. We're going to have a media thing pretty soon. I think it's menace plus military that helps me out with wanting to be a military ruler. Wisdom was what? Rhetoric and imperial history, I think? Practiced level etiquette. Status reports. The ceremony could wait for now. Where Marzipan, my dad's shadow, has to kill himself. Okay. So, Mazarin is not going to be around. His door is locked. Garafina. Hey, Hordian. According to Twitch, I was your 4th most watched stream last year. 144 hours watched. On my recap board, it does say that you are one of my most valuable regular viewers. So clearly, Hordian, the feeling is mutual for the Twitch recaps this year. But hope you're doing well, Hordian. Current mood is compliant. And so we can go to arts and emotion, or back down to cautious. Or if I play with my snake a little, we can go to indulgent, and then hop back down to compliant for more interaction, or social for interaction plus emotion. 3.5 work weeks. You know, Hordian, when I looked at how many hours I played Crusader Kings 2, and I was like, wow, 10,000 hours is a lot. And then punched that calculation in for how many days is that hours? And seeing that it was straight up years. It was a little bit humbling, but also I could not be surprised at all, given that I basically was playing Crusader Kings 2 practically every single day between 2013 and 2018. All throughout junior college, all throughout university, on my trips to England to visit the girlfriend. 250 work weeks, and imagine how many years 250 weeks falls into. Now there's my Firefox. 10,000 hours. 2 years. I've given actual time of my life to that game. Which makes sense, because at home I would play it for hours at a time. In school I would play it between classes. On the bus home or to class, I'd play a little bit. So, you know, it was the game I was picking up and playing, but also I'd be doing a lot of stuff during it too. Like, it's basically maps and spreadsheets, right? So, you know, I'd often have other things going on in the background, or in the foreground even. Have the game up, but then I'm doing homework, I have the game up, but I'm watching something else, I have the game up, but I'm chatting with the girlfriend and bothering her with stories and screenshots she doesn't care about. Yeah, up until getting the tragic bug where the game crashes on the 2nd of March 1510 without fail. I was at 160 hours for Europa Universalis 5. I kind of expected that, because I was basically no-lifing it from release. Alright, we're gonna go to Indulgent with the snake and then go on to Social. Garafina gets me Indulgent. And there's not anything else to do. Mazarin is busy. Let's have a dinner party. And this time we're going to wait. Though I guess we could go to Mirka 1. Mirka 1's pretty safe to go to. There's only one elector. And if I have plenty of eloquence, plenty of etiquette, then succeeding here is a non-issue. You feel guilty about how much you played games these past 2 years unemployed for? Don't feel guilty about it. You had fun. Plus, you've been doing some pretty productive stuff too, Hordian. That time when you were practically making a tech manual of your own. That was pretty impressive stuff. Althena, lend me your power. Hey, Swedish guy. No blue star, sadly. Silver star? No silver star with the blue star above it. Let's go to Mirka 1. Have a problem. Mazardan's disappeared, but we're not going to focus on him for now. I'm pretty sure that the whole Mazarin thing... I mean, of course it's gotta relate to my father. I can trust that my father's shadow was loyal, so he's got his own agenda, but it's probably a helpful agenda. Do nothing for now. And let's see. We can start putting points into Menace, because we have benefit to Menace. Allure would also be helpful to make friends. But I think maybe what I want to do... Imperial history and spirituality feel more useful to me than military, but I like the idea of becoming a kind of militant galactic overlord. Even if we're a nice galactic overlord, we simply do not have the time to be everything, right? We gotta figure out what kind of empress we want to be, build ourselves towards that direction, identify who we could easily ally with that way, and also accommodate different events that pop up. I was your 5th most watched streamer. Oh, Swedish guy, that's alright, I made the top 10. I could be happy with that. Swedish guy, you were my #1 raider, so thank you for that. I think it said I had like 19 raids this year, and most of them came from you, so I appreciate it. I couldn't find my glasses this morning when I woke up. I normally keep it next to me, but I couldn't see it. I checked it on my pillows, couldn't find it. Figured, did it fall down the wall, like the side of the bed by the wall? Got onto the floor, got my phone flashlight, looked under the bed, and it was under the bed, but not the side by the wall where I sleep. It was at... Hey, Onyx. It was at the middle of the room side of the bed, so one of the cats probably thought it would make a fun toy overnight. Was it you, Onyx, or Toasty? And now it's all smudgy. Deserve more, but apparently it's bad form to always raid the same person. Is it? I just figured it's like... Move on, Onyx. I don't know, like, if it's a random stranger that you hardly know, right? You gotta, like, zero interactions with them, and you're just raiding the same person. Like, who even is this person that keeps on raiding me? Like, I can kind of understand it, but if there's some interaction and rapport already, I don't think it's so much of a faux pas. I mean, heck, especially with the hours I tend to end at, how often I've streamed Macaw or Schubert. I tend to go for people I'm already following. And, you know, if there's not as many people streaming that I follow at a certain time, since the people I follow tend to be either late afternoon, early evening when they start, or early morning, So the opportunities to diversify my raids are often very limited. I think we'll get some Menace. Menace has its uses. Student level Menace. Then letter from my brother, we miss him. Etiquette basic. Right, this is the elector for Mirka 2. It's kind of a... used to be the frontier, and now it's not really any place she asked if we visited before. If we tell the truth that it was a class trip. Deception, we could say lovely vacation and know we never visited. The truth, we could gussy it up. We visited the old frontier. It expanded our minds like the people of old. Now, after a certain point, we got killed doing unarmed combat practice with the guards. Blow to the neck. I figured, okay, that makes sense. Because they didn't put any points into combat. I got killed in training. But at a similar point, we got killed. Was it shopping? It was something else around here. Garroted from behind. So I think after a certain point, if I don't have the stats to survive it, or if I've made somebody unhappy or haven't neutralized a threat, that I'm going to die during one of these free time events. Writing my diary, that's right, it was secretive. I was writing in my diary and didn't notice the assassin from behind. It's a lot more open than Long Live the Queen, so you could do things pretty much in the order that you want to, going where you want, talking to who you want. And so you don't have things like the snake early on, or whatnot, right? But it seems there are points where if you aren't ready, the deaths will come for you. Arts and emotion, condition and domination, let's go indulgent, let's go shopping. We'll put... we've already got 30 menace. Just like in real life. It's a lot less linear, so instead of being pressured to get specific stats by this point, by that point, if I look at my notes for Long Live the Queen, you could see how I basically had to plan things out on a week-by-week basis for, okay, this is gonna pop up at this week. And so if I want to get the things I want, I need this stat by this week, and then if I want to get a good outcome in this, for the character I'm building, I want this stat by that week. All the way down, you know, to the very end. Which I think was fun. Some people don't like it in the Steam discussion forum because, oh, you can't just play it normally. You have to fail over and over again and figure out what works. Like, yeah, that's the game. That's the fun of the game, trying to survive the story. And then you go back and you figure out, okay, if I do it this way, then I could survive. But because I'm doing it this way, this opens up a different branch. And so now I have to figure out how to do it that way instead. The floozy... okay, I was like, the floozy computer? But no, floozy composure, I see what that is now. Whereas this one... I think I do gotta start taking notes for the week-by-week things that pop up. I gotta take notes for the week-by-week things that pop up if it's something that I want to influence, because I know that, for example, not media the stat, but the media is gonna come to me to interview me, and I can combine like menace and military, or was it rhetoric and something else? I see you, Onyx. Your dad hasn't fed you. I'll get you food very soon. I need a lot of menace to blackmail most people. There was the business lady in the one area to the southwest, not really southwest, bottom left, that I got information to blackmail on, but I had neither the menace nor the economics. Immediately, I don't feel like putting too many points into the knowledge window up here. Everything between bureaucracy to media. Because you got people for that. Much like I have the Thrasher to give me points for intrigue, I can get other people to give me points for spirituality or science or military, economics, whatever, blah-de-da-de-da-de-da-de-da. But I think I also need those points to impress those people. Come on, Onyx. I see you smacking your lips at me. When this guy's hungry, he sits next to me and he goes... You know, he's pantomiming eating. So come on, Onyx. Let's get you food. You too, Toasty. Come on, Onyx. Go on in. Go on in. Toasty, your food's out here. Go, Toasty. Don't kick him. Toasty, come on. Trained well. That's communication. I'm quite happy to let him wait if the need calls for it, like when the clocks are going to change. For the weeks leading up to the time change, I started feeding him a little bit later, and a little bit later, and a little bit later at a time, so that by the time the time change came around, he was already going to be accustomed to the new time. But he wasn't, and so for the first week or so after the time change, I was like, hey, it's an hour before breakfast, give me breakfast. It's an hour before dinner, give me dinner. And I've been very firm with him. Especially when it comes to walks. I am quite perturbed that there are 2 human adults in this apartment, and only one of them is willing to take care of the cats as much as I have been. And so, normally, Onyx communicates to me that he wants a walk. I'll have him wait until I'm ready to give him a walk if I'm doing something else, like cooking dinner usually, and then I'll give him a walk, but I'm on strike for walks, and Onyx is very upset that I haven't given him walks. But he's learned that he's not getting walks out of me, because I want equal distribution of labor in this apartment. And so Onyx has been trained to learn that I'm not going to give walkies anymore. But every cat's different, they got their personalities. Raising a cat is basically maintaining a new relationship of some kind. They learn your idiosyncrasies, you learn their idiosyncrasies. We could do shopping or dancing. Condition domination or arts and emotion. Let's go to shopping. As a princess, anything is mine for the taking. I think we have enough elegance to head on down to Mirka 1 right now. Because it's mostly elegance that makes people think fondly of me here. Some people already hate me. Let's go to Mirka 1. We'll go to Mirka 1. Oh, this is my friends coming. Oh, I've wasted them, because now they can't... I can't make use of them during this visit then. This is turn 4. Yeah, turn 4's friend visit. I have that in my notes. I'm tracking it even. I should have stayed put. We'll have a quiet visit. What if I say we can't right now? Too many other things to deal with. I have to stay focused, that gives me determined. Man, that's not the stats I wanted! Now I get a -2 emotion, I was gonna get some empathy. I could do engineering and body control. Let's put my points into military then. For this turn. Basic level military. I don't know this one. Another message for me. Caller begins speaking the moment I connect. Purchase Arana. I understand some... Oh, this is if I deny them the chance to visit. Then we get, what, a security update from Kurundi? Requesting a visit to the palace, he rejected the offer. That's right. How does she know that? Is she listening to all of my calls? Well, if he's a thresher, that's probably her job. Do you consider either of them to be a security threat? Should we investigate them in more detail or put protections in place to prevent further contact? What? No, they're my friends. I just need to focus more on government and studying right now, that's all. Very commendable. Do let me know if anyone tries to make inappropriate inroads on your time. Right, of course. So that's neat. If I say no, there's no point hanging out right now, because we won't be able to hang out right now, then Kurundi assumes they're a threat. That's cool. Then a visit with everybody over here. Etiquette success. Only takes student level etiquette to realize the advantage. You're just sitting in place and letting them come to me. Kolot I thought was going to be more of a threat, but we have a real easy way to manage him. He doesn't like me. He's hostile. We'll say nothing for now. Not cause a scene. Provos is a weird one. He's a kid. I don't think he means any harm, but he does dislike me. I think I'm too stuffy and grown up. He should know to address me as Imperial Highness. Tolerate the mistake or correct him, I don't think it makes a difference. But if we go down planet side to talk with him, I think he does get confused by bigger words and more courtly language. Vater seems super easy. If I just ask Vater, do you want to vote for me? He says, yeah, sure. Show him boobage and he'll fold. Swedish guy, he's just a kid. He's too young for that. That's gonna scare him even more, Swedish guy. But if you do his personal threat, he does offer you the chance to meet death. If I meet death and survive, he'll vote for me. And there's Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson's my immediate rival. Ixia Levandro. I think she liked me at a certain point, but I forget what I did to get her on my side. Etiquette student success. I think she is just sincere. But it takes more effort at this point to push her towards supporting me. Milan also seems hostile, I think. He doesn't like me for the start. But he does end up supporting the Gavin Newsom dressed as Boris Johnson alike. But he might just be convinced into it. He might not be rotten. Bold or secretive I can do now. Now that I had to go determined by denying my friends a chance to come over. Combat, domination, and spaceships. Or stealth, body control, and spaceships. Penalty to interaction, no emotion. Well... what to do then? Because I kind of wanted to sit on the interaction and emotion side for a bit more. But I forgot my friends were coming over on turn 4, and it ended up swapping me over to determined for saying, no, I'm going to focus on my studies for now. I could put more points to military. I don't think any further etiquette, allure, menace is going to help me right now. So I'll bump up a few more points for when the time does come for the media to visit me. Penalty to interaction. I could always just play with my... well, I can't play with my snake because I gotta do actual stuff. If we go secretive, we can go negative, and then... I gotta play with my snake. Maybe what I'll do is I'll play with my snake. And then... do the, what's his face thing? The statuesque guy with wings. Yeah, I'm gonna play with my snake. If I play with my snake and I feel how scaly it feels, then that makes me feel very indulgent if I play with my snake on stream. March with the guards for now. We'll be bold. Gonna stay put to give us one extra social action. Measure some Star Admiral. We'll have him take a position in Jog Sector. We got a bonus to domination, to spaceships, and to combat. The thought that comes to mind is if I put more points into unarmed and wrestling, or to blades or whatever else, then if I do guard training on that certain week when I die, then I could survive it. But I might not be at the place in the mood matrix to do guard training. That's what makes it tricky. I could possibly survive the assassination attempt with stats, but I'd have to be in the place for that event to take place, mood-wise. Let's get military 40. Student level military. Attaché, if we get her to be our spiritual advisor, we could investigate her background. Play with my snake. First we'll speak to Zolot. We'll investigate his background, and that's how we'll learn. Propose marriage to Javetka, woman from a respectable American family. She accepted, but she's actually Sertra's lover. And so we assume that the scheme is Zolot wants to lure his sister's lover away. Blackmail option unlocked. Normally you can't just use blackmail options. You can, but you'll likely fail if you don't have the menace to make the threat seem real, and the relevant knowledge stat, I think, to show you actually know what you're talking about. We've tried that before with other people. It didn't work. But with him it will, because we don't have enough information to finesse it. Pledge your vote in the election. I won't raise any objections to your wedding plans. Why would I do that? We have no idea what he's planning. Menace, media, blackmail, failed. Marrying your half-sister's lover to make her jealous, so she'll cause a scene. What do you mean? Savetka is not Sertra's lover. Did you not know? They've been partnered for over a cycle, attended many public events together, but never any event where Zola was present. He was actually sincere in proposing, and we've just given him information he did not have. Etiquette, success enough. We could fail everything else, but if we have the etiquette, we could at least be sincere in our own apology. I've done him a great service, owe him a debt, he'll pledge his vote. So that's one vote secured by having no knowledge stat in the relevant area. And now that we have one more time remaining, play with my snake. Stroke, stroke, stroke. Gently stroke your viper, enjoying the feeling of scales against your skin. What a comfortable life. One vote pledged to me. Now let's see, I've got so little points, but I've got menace and military. So when the time does come for the media to visit me, Menace 30 isn't a lot though, let's get more empathy. So first we'll interaction and emotion, have a dinner party. So many dinner parties. We'll stay put again. Request for aid because somebody has legal trouble in Chakuk space. Etiquette plus economic success. Oh, I don't have economics, but I have enough etiquette to know they're very upset about the drugs. Threatening statement is menace plus media. I have 30 menace. But 30 menace alone isn't enough. Send legal aid. And now put points into empathy. Vater, if everything is the same as last time, should be an immediate, successful negotiation. Need the support of my electors, will you pledge your loyalty? Of course! Vater is super easy. Vater, I just ask and he says yes. Jovial man? Super easy. Vote secure. So what to do next? We don't have the skills to survive Krovos' thing and he doesn't like us enough. Zolot's on our side. Ikshil should like me enough to start with. I think she does also go Lukomir way. Her voting status is undecided. Exploring social network, I think, just gives me who her allies and enemies are. With just basic allure, we could charm and flatter her. Let's investigate. Well, investigate the background would just give me blackmail material. We could also propose engagement if we really wanted to win an ally over that way. With Lukomir, we can't propose to Lukomir, so we can't get him out of the way easily. We could also just get basic points in media and denounce him if we really had to. We could see what Milan's deal is, but I don't mind losing Milan. I don't have any allure skills right now, right? Just 10. 10's not much. I got 2 more to spend. 2 more to spend, we got vote and we got vote. Maybe the kid will be easy to blackmail. Krovos? Let's see Milan's deal. Milan was a golden child with a secure family fortune. He was good but not exceptional student, with much of his attention at Scholarium devoted to music and athletics. He performed in an operatic ensemble and competed at planetary level in glide jousting. Fortune's blade soon cut the other direction. Milan was critically injured at a sporting accident and spent several seasons in medical rehabilitation before he could walk again. While he was out of action, the family fortune suffered a severe setback. With vast sums lost at a failed investment, Milan's father suffered a nervous breakdown and retreated to permanent seclusion. Milan's mother cut him off from the family funds as soon as his health was secure, claiming there was simply too little left to go around. It was at this point Milan's drinking problems began. Milan married a rich, elderly woman and began campaigning for his own advancement. He was not a hereditary elector, but won the popular support when the seat became vacant. From shattered dreams, he's rebuilt himself into personal success, but he rarely seems happy about it, especially when drunk. He has no children, but his wife had a daughter from a previous marriage, Eterli, who is very nearly Milan's age. She's also married, but spends a great deal of her time alone with Milan in secret. They may be carrying on a scandalous affair. Milan's wife died just this season, which is why she did not attend your reception. Was it natural causes? It's certainly convenient for Milan and Eterli to have her out of the way, which also means that Milan is once again available for marital alliances. Blackmail option unlocked. This sounds like a lot of intrigue stuff, and we do get 75 intrigue because of the Imperial Thrasher. We could propose engagement. Let's try to blackmail him. Affected by elector approval. You attempt to arrange a private dialogue with Milan, but he won't return my calls. That's kind of a waste then! Okay, let's go indulgence. So since we're here... Let's head on over to Mao. We can go to Mao, and then make our way over to Tharkus. So to Mirko 2 first. The Jubilee holiday. Etiquette success. We'll keep it Father's Jubilee. And now let's get points to allure. Golden Empress outfit, yes. Punished for drunkenness only. While we're here, we got 2 points to spend on. Because of her outfit, we got 40 menace, 50 allure, 40 empathy. I'm pretty sure that Morel likes us for... What is it? For the answer we gave. She might like us enough to agree to negotiations. I need the support of my electors. Will you pledge loyalty? As you know, Your Imperial Highness, this is do a quest for me first. We rarely see important guests from the rest of the Empire, not here. Your royal progress, preparing for election, is the excitement of a lifetime for us. My youngest won't remember any of this, but for my oldest boy, this is a chance to create a magical memory. I don't understand. In exchange for my support in the election, I wish for you to spend some quality time with my son, impress him. You want me to go on a date with your son? She laughs and quickly covers her mouth. I'm sorry, Your Imperial Highness, of course we do not know. Even our eldest is still only a child. You want me to babysit? Mirko is a child, but he will someday be a member of the Imperial Comitia. You might find it a benefit to command his fond personal affection as well as his loyalty. Groom the children into my cult of personality. Just as Dad would have wanted. It is a very simple request in exchange for my vote. Consider it my gift to you. It sounds simple, at least on the surface. Entertaining a little boy is not a quest of great danger and difficulty. On the other hand, children are fickle. If you're reliant on his approval, who knows what it might take to win him over. Still, that is a quest his mother has set. It seems fair. You sense she probably has positive feelings. Adventures in babysitting. Okay. Let's get it out of the way. I could be a menacing babysitter. What do kids like? If I knew more about sports, maybe, or guns, or... Oh, if we knew about media, we could talk about cartoons. If we knew about arts or music. Let's see what this quest is about. Personal quest. You prepare to meet with Mirko, the eldest son of Morel, Elector of Sijna. He is being specially brought to the palace for this visit. Oh, he's a little shy boy, just like I was at his age. You weren't quite sure what to expect. Mirko looks to be about half your age and more than a head shorter than you, if he were standing up straight. Unfortunately, he is mostly staring at his feet. Perhaps he's shy. Hello, Mirko. What would you like to do today? Maybe we shouldn't have been dressed as the Golden Empress for this little babysitting mission. We kind of look a bit menacing and intimidating, don't we? He shrugs, twisting his foot back and forth to leave a pale mark on your plush violet carpet. What might catch his interest? Could you entertain him or might be teaching something? Magic tricks, sleight of hand and invention, visual arts, intrusion, unarmed and wrestling, and ray guns. All things I'm gonna fail at because I don't have points in any of these. I could have had 10 points in visual arts if I waited a turn and allowed my friends to visit. We're gonna fail it all. Do you like to draw or paint or maybe just sketch or doodle? He shrugs. I've got some color-in pages of sea monsters. Nightside jungles, crystal caves, space battles. He looks unimpressed. Well, just try it. Here, I'll pick out colors for you. You try to guide him through the process of making a pretty picture for his mother's. He goes along with your instructions, but never seems enthusiastic. When Morel finally arrives to fetch Mirko, you have to hand the coloring over in his stead because he refuses to touch it. Well, it's a lovely picture anyway, and I thank you both for it. This was not exactly a magical memory. You'll have to try harder to make an impression on him. We got squat! We just wasted time! Interaction emotion, or interaction and gunnery? I got points for art we can do. That's a bit late now. Let's see if I have what I want, though. We have 40, 50, 40 for empathy, allure, menace. 50 etiquette, but no rhetoric. We have 40 military. Let's build up rhetoric, and then go for guns, I think. So let's admire the imperial portraits, become compliant. And this is the random woman who claims to have my late dad's child. With a failure in everything, we just ignore it. We'll do big guns. $30 for big guns. Report from the Imperial Thresher. Marzin side of the twin worlds. We've already left though. Kurundi, anything interesting for us at the security alerts? Nothing. 1 or 2 complaints about me muttered among the comitia. Isolated so far, nothing dangerous. That's new. Can't please everyone. Stealth, environment, engineering, or arts and emotion? Let's get indulgent again, so we can become compliant. We'll go to Mao. Oh, there's 3 people to impress. Excuse me. Star Field Producer requested to an interview for a biographical special. Turn 9. Biographical media interview invite. Can't afford to say no. Don't have long to prepare. Report will arrive after this turn's classes. So I've got menace and military. 40 and 40 should hopefully be okay. Let me get rhetoric in. It's time for your big interview. What impression do I want to give the Empire? Menace and military. Strong commander. You talked for a while about the importance of the Emperor as a military commander protector of the populace. Military student success? Success. While your lack of military experience is obvious, you are still too young to assert officially. Your enthusiasm for the subject may convince listeners that you intend to pursue further training when you have the opportunity. After a bit more chatter, you strike your final pose. Menace fail, strength fail, domination fail. You lift your chin, stand with your legs apart, hoping to power project, but probably just looking nervous. Okay. So. Military. More menace for pose greater than 40? Question mark. I know. I'm not very good at this stuff, Swedish guy. I've got decent stats where I like them. I'm very charming. I'm rather menacing. I'm very empathetic, and I know my way around etiquette. And we know how to fire artillery, damn it! But I can't pose for shit! Dark Reception for the catfolk. Our next selectors, we got Irilati, Electra Malprime. What is it that she tries to talk her way around stuff? Etiquette, empathy, failed. Change the subject. Probably has negative feelings about me. This guy's pretty easy. He's super nervous, and so he stumbles along his words, and his wife is kind of cold. He's got a very nice white and gold scarf. He's supposed to introduce his wife to me, not the other way around. But he's very nervous. So we shall accept graciously. And we could use our allure to get in his good rapport. Our opinion of him obviously matters. Etiquette could suggest moving on. We can get some juicy goss out of him. Now what should we do? We've got Rhetoric 30, Big Guns 30. I kinda want to start getting some... What should I put it towards? Spaceships? We got 40 military and some gunnery. Should I start building my spaceship knowledge? Spaceships will be bold or secretive. We're compliant right now. We can get stealth, environment, engineering, gunnery further down. Let's search for problems. And then try to get to spaceships this way. Oh, and that was What's-His-Tits starting his campaign. He's a bit late to start his campaign, though. Furry MILF alert! Oh, Swedish guy gonna love this game then. A diverse array of alien species in this galactic empire. What have we got? We're building towards stealth, environment, engineering we have access to right now. Demolition. Weak spots to destroy objects and buildings. Keep a safe distance. Spaceships currently has a penalty. I could put more points into Menace while I'm here. Or 20 points into Deception. And that'll almost get me towards enough interaction to unlock more levels. Navigate a planet's surface, keep track of directions, move safely through water, swamp, sand. I feel like Sleight of Hand is going to have its uses. I mean, they all are, but I think if I had Sleight of Hand, I could have avoided drinking the mushroom water. Hiding could help find secrets. You know what? Let's get a couple of points of media for now, because a couple of points of media while I'm in deep space will allow me to denounce my enemies, please their enemies, alienate their allies. And this is a weird file about my family. Ask a Thresher to investigate. Mood change to cautious. Which we were at, anyway. I got the power to declare an elector that I met to be persona non grata, banish them from my presence, damaging their reputation, please their enemies, upset their allies, and ensure they will never vote for me. Offended electors may retaliate. I'm gonna do it. Where's Lukomir, right? Lukomir's voting for himself. I could probably spend an attempt learning who his friends and enemies are, and it'll turn out that denouncing Lukomir is the worst thing I can do. Denounce Lukomir? Yeah. You issue a public proclamation that Lukomir, Elector of Kedro, has displeased you and is no longer welcome in your court. One or two complaints. Can't please everyone. We got 2 votes and 1 for Lukomir. Arts and gunnery. Okay, let's go for more gunnery. Make a list of enemies. Think of all the people who have disrespected me, noting their names and plotting potential revenge. They'll go to Tharkas too. Logothet of Science, we're going to refuse his permission for now. So, let's get ray guns. Ray guns of 30. We could also do some arts instead right now. Painting, crafting, design, color theory, art history. Musical to singing, playing an instrument, knowledge of musical history and cultural trends. Dramatics is acting, costume, disguise, knowledge of plays and theater, sometimes substitute for deception. We could be a dramatic space empress. Yeah, let's go for guns. Student level ray guns learned. Now it's been a while since we've been to Tharkas too, so I forget who's all here. Strict observance of manners and old-fashioned protocol is likely to impress the local electors. Lorcas. Ask about the details. I think that does affect my mood though. Because she was there for my mom's funeral. Negative mood, because you don't care about her dad too much. Great man, but not a great father. He was a stranger to me. Interaction, we have enough points in, though we could see the opportunity to put our foot in our mouth and put a more diplomatic answer. Direct to my education. He was very busy, attended to the needs of the Empire. When I become a mother, I'll be a much more attentive one. Probably has positive feelings. and Chakagola. That's right, he's a taller one. If we don't have enough physical points, then we instinctively step backwards from him. Now we got Menace success. You summon up your haughtiest sneer and glare at him until he lowers himself to a more respectful level. Did you know him well? We won't mention that he hasn't left us yet, because for all we know, he did die in a science accident. What was that? Negative feelings about... Aww. Ah. Premiere of Gathcon. Milan, Electra of Kedro, pledged to vote for Lukomir. We kind of figured he would anyway. Let's write in diary. Become secretive. And now that we're secretive... What's this one? Alright, the servant in my path. Tumbling reflexes, reflexes unarmed, contortion, all failed. Graduate level 2. So, this is turn 12, right? Crash into servant. Visual plus repair means we could fix it. According to Long Live the Queen, it is our duty to reprimand the servant, poor Alice. But that's a Novan tradition. We're not Nova. Let's apologize this time. We tried punishing last time. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I wasn't looking where I was going. Just pick it up and I don't know. I'll tell someone to deal with it. Sorry. I shrug and hurry on my way. You have things to do. Okay. Let's do spaceship piloting first. Student level piloting. Then Tharkas Prime. With 3 folks to talk to at once here. Overlord, who is all dressed all military-like, but he's seen in no real service, and now that he's not in active duty anymore, and is just a reservist, he just does basic drill and ceremony. He goes on parade and that's it. And he questions our military desires. Wretch, elderly Tharkan man, short and round figure, he likes music. Ozara, no nonsense. She is a businesswoman. We had neither the menace nor the economic sense to be able to, what is it? To be able to blackmail. We have enough etiquette to know about the Temba with his arms wide greeting. We have plenty of rhetoric, so we could try to address them together. Success! I am the daughter of the great Emperor Dragosen, who has departed this life. I am the heir to his holdings, titles, and responsibilities. The position of Emperor, however, is too important to hinge solely on the matter of birth. The Emperor is the Empire, focused into one body, and requires the support of the Empire. As my father's heir, I'm the most obvious candidate to assume the throne, and my accession will ensure the continuity and stability within the government. I'm traveling throughout the Empire, making myself known to all electors, so you may judge for yourselves my fitness to assume the position. I will speak with each of you privately later, but for now, do you have any questions? Turn the spotlight back onto them. Any point they raise in their own favor will be heard by the others. Brother, proposed heir to quite recently. What are my credentials? Am I qualified to rule the empire? Deception? Imperial history? Even with some points in deception, getting it to even 40, is it enough? If we had imperial history, for now we say we're a student, it's not going to impress her. Experience with the military. If I served a tour of duty. He knows I have it, I'm too young. Military, oh, graduate! Gunnery plus spaceship. I do have guns and I got some points in spaceship. Too young for military service at the moment, but it was my goal to apply to the Fleet Academy of the future. Gunnery student success. Now it's not asking for any specific stat, it's asking for a combination of points in gunnery. I've learned to fire and maintain a variety of weapons. So just 30 points in one thing wouldn't be sufficient. We have to know about different sorts of tools we'll be using. He likes it. He's smiling. The drill and ceremony parade reservist likes that I actually know my weapons. And music, I failed. Famous American composers is the best we could answer, and he doesn't quite like that. Condition, body control, engineering. I want to stay on spaceships, though. I want to do more spaceships. We could determine now and then bold next time for more spaceships. And look who's still here. The fleet. We got here in time to catch the fleet. We'll stay put. Gift sent to my honorary approach from Birth Star. Put it in the vault. Galactic, Imperial history, fail, fail, fail. Intrigue plus military. Colony in grid space, make it easier to establish observers and learn more of what the fungus people are up to. Rare opportunity. We could do a provisional expedition. I'm going to accept the offer this time. Mood change to bold. So, week 13. Fungal colony, except for bold. We failed at economics. We'll suggest a Heru colony. Maybe it'll get us on their good side early on, if we allow them the chance to colonize. So let's get operations of spaceships. Using the systems of a ship, station, or computer in general. Student level operations. Overlord hates me. Was he allied to Boris Johnson? Oh, we missed him. He's over here now. That's fine. What if I offer Ozara a cabinet position? Very clearly, she's the economic lady. Arrange a private dialogue with Ozara. Lay out your offer. In exchange for your electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry, be one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy. What's my offer? The Logothet of Commerce. Done! Forward any necessary paperwork to my major domo along with the specifications for ministerial apartments so that my wife can plan her designs. Now, if you excuse me, Imperial Highness, I have other business to attend to. I have elevated Ozara, Elector of Tharkas Prime, to position of Logothet of Commerce. She'll now travel with the palace. Economic skill of 75. She doesn't like me, but she'll vote for me, and we've got her support now. So let's see. We're bold. Combat and environment. I'm currently on one that gives a benefit to spaceships, so I can't use it now. I gotta go to either combat and environment or condition, body, and engineering. We got 2 more turns. Wretched likes us, it seems. So, what if we negotiate? Need the support of my electors. Will you pledge loyalty? He's not yet settled any decision. What could we do to reach a decision? Offering a bribe. He disapproves. Absolutely not. Asking about politics, the goals you support. Stability and prosperity of the Celestial Empire. That tells me nothing. What if we try to schmooze him then? Charm and flatter? Graduate allure. He coughs uncomfortably. I should not take up so much of your time. I'm certain you have young friends you'd prefer to interact with. Ugh. Let's go to engineering, that exercise routine. So the fleet's gonna come up and around. We could try to catch him. Go to deep space, Mirka, then deep space. If we go to Tharkas 3, we're too stuffy to be fun. We also haven't made it to Heru yet. I want to make friends with this guy, so let's go catch him. Gift derived from Ksuk. A stone cameo brooch. This is new. Enough of an approximation of your profile. You could tell it's meant to be you, but nothing special. So that my appreciation. My birth star be rising soon. This is new because you never survived to week 14, have we? Maybe you'll have a party. Okay. We have Economics Master now, so we don't have to put points into Economics or Intrigue. Let's put some more into Piloting. For now. Practiced level Piloting. Ozara, what you got for me? They can remove from cabinet position. Explore her social network. Investigating the relationship of Ozara, Electra of Tharkas Prime. Allied with Erilotti, Oletko, Jade, and Eve. Vater and Sola are enemies. It's a good thing we've already got Vater's vote then. Kurundi, any security alerts? Running of discontent. Nothing I expect to pose a danger to your life, but there's definitely people who don't approve of me as heir. It's getting worse! There is more and more discontent against me. You follow some of the Spada staff around, taking notes on what they do, the tasks they perform. I can't skip through this. Is this going to be assassination on turn 14? Nope, no assassination. Okay. Back to Mirka. Your screen chimes a merry tune. Your friends are calling you. Vasily? Kashinia? Best wishes on your birth stars rising. I set up the call so we can both talk to you at the same time, even if we can't all be together. They sing a little duet together, an old children's song about a crocodile being happy even on a dreary day because you were born. Thank you. Did the thresher give you a good luck kiss? Is that traditional? What? No! Too bad. So, you won't believe what I heard about Zashmin. For a while, you all sit around and gossip about old classmates and social shenanigans. It's like being back at school again, except without the fear of detention. Okay, have to ask, is it true about Mazarin? Is what true about Mazarin? She's been reading conspiracy theory forums again. I don't believe anything I read, but you have to keep an open mind. Anyway, there's a story going around that because your father's death was sort of a mystery, that his shadow has gone searching for him and he can't rest till he finds the Emperor. We don't have any deception. I'm gonna have to agree with their story. That's sort of true, I guess. See, I told you. He's cursed to be immortal and wander the stars forever. That's not what I said. Vasily just sighs and shakes his head. I think we should have deception by this point, because our calls are very likely monitored. Week 15. Friends call. Mazarin. Conspiracy. Deception. It's nice to spend time with your friends, but eventually you have to get back to your studies. We know about piloting, operations, let's get some layout in. Giving us spaceship outfit, student level layout. Oh, that's cute! It's kind of like a original series Star Trek meets flight attendants of the 70s. There was a sound at the door. Come in. The Vestark enters carrying a white box. Could I change my outfit? No? Your Imperial Highness, I am tasked on behalf of your father, with bringing you this gift. He ordered it in advance and be ready for you today. Oh. Would it be another message of disappointment? Another upsetting video? You open the box to reveal a pair of gleaming silver shoes, covered with intricate designs. They're beautiful, and stronger than they look. Perhaps your father didn't totally dismiss you after all. Okay. Let's change our clothes to... Ingenue is a default. Golden Empress gives bonus to emotion stuff. The fleet's over in Mal right now. Let's talk to Mirel. probably positive we could possibly negotiate with her. Oh no, that's right, her personal quest. We have to impress her kid. If I had art, if I had sleight of hand. We got gun. We could try to teach her kid about guns. He looks about as excited as before, which is to say not very. Ray guns. I got 30 ray guns. How would you like to shoot some lasers? The music changed? His eyes light up. This must be a good idea. You guide Mirko through the palace corridors, heading for the shooting range, where you check out a practice pistol from storage. Giving a boy of his age a projectile weapon would be unsafe, but ray guns can have their output adjusted until they're nothing more than a pink light and a tickle. You adjust the power levels down until the beam couldn't even stun a drift mouse. Then you hand the shiny pistol over to Mirko and direct his attention of the hexagonal target halfway across the room. Right now, that gun has an extremely small impact point, so you need to aim very carefully to hit the center. Take your time. With an eager grin, he swings his arm up and pulls the trigger. The resulting light barely flickers against the edge of the target. Slow down, that target's not moving anywhere. Hold your arm steady and you should be able to hit right at the center. You demonstrate how to use the sights to line up his shot. Once you can light up the center of a standing target, you activate the controls to make it move slowly back and forth, and let him try to time his shots. When his mother finally arrives to take him home, he is full of enthusiasm, crowing about how he shot lots of guns. What exactly were you two doing? They weren't even on stun, it was just target practice. Maybe it's time you started giving him lessons. They grow up so fast. Well, my son is happy, so your pledge is kept, and my pledge is yours. I'll support you in the Imperial election. We're good at this now! Thank you. Morel, Elector of Sijna, has pledged her vote to Imperial Princess Zorana. Let's see. Where's my votes? 4-2! 4-2! Eat that! And our mood is currently at secretive, so we could shift over to engineering, body control, and then back to spaceships. Yeah. I do want to get back to spaceships. I'll be determined next. Definitely people who don't approve. Okay. Organize my closet. Become determined. We'll probably interface with the fleet over here. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. Another gift has arrived for you. However, there are concerns. This gift has been sent from Crystal Nova. Oh. Your family. What is it? The Vestarch brings you a wooden box made up of many separate pieces connected in strange shapes. You can't immediately see how to open it. What's inside? Nothing as far as our scans can tell. This is a puzzle box. A challenge for the mind. The act of finding a way inside is itself the gift, though it can be used to store trinkets. I recommend destroying the box. This gift by its nature is not fully understood. It could contain hidden dangers. Can you trust such a gift? Do you even want a gift from your Novan relatives? We'll take it away to solve. A puzzle could be interesting. I'll take it back to my room. You can work on solving it when you're not busy with classes. You'll need a good eye and a knack for opening mechanisms, or a friend who's very good at puzzles. So I'm going to need intrusion, or a friend who's good at puzzles. What else would do? Strength, pressure points. Alright, so what to do now? We got engineering, body control, and condition. Let's put a couple of points into spirituality. Or should I put more into piloting? We got big guns. We'll have spaceship next turn. I could go big guns 50, and we'll be practiced in it. We'll do that for now. Big guns 50. Practiced level big guns. You sit in your room, turning the wooden box over and over in your hands. Push this bit here, and you can slide this piece there, but then that spot is blocked and can't swivel. Intrusion, repair, or intrusion, visual arts, and repair. Okay. Week 16. Novan puzzle box. Intrusion, repair, intrusion. Was it visual? Repair. We did have some opportunities to raise our repair skills. I chose big gun this time. We could have had 30 repair. We'd have had to be practiced, right? So let me put 50 in the notes. There must be a solution, but you're just not getting it. You'll have to try again later. Star Admiral Yakao's flagship is present if I wish to speak with him, and we will. We have... Let's put on my spaceship uniform. We have points in big guns. We got 60, 40, 40 in piloting spaceships. We've also 30 points of menaces in a lot. We got 40 points of military. Yakao. Let's try to negotiate with him. You're arranged for a private conversation with Yakao. It is my intention to claim my father's throne. I'm trying to assemble a team of advisors, a future celestial ministry to guide me. I would like for you to be a part of that. Can I count on your support? Last, you may be the daughter of the Emperor, but you're the sister of a traitor. I have no way to know if you'll bend or break. You're too young to serve, and if you win this election now, you never will. Is there steel in your spine? Is there blood in your teeth? We did survive an assassin. And we haven't let that stop me. You don't crumple at least. You hold your tongue, you've said enough. He contemplates your face. I serve not myself, but the Empire. Whoever takes the throne, I will carry out their orders with my body and blood. But it's not my job to take sides in this election. Politics. Pah, spits to the side. Anything I can do to change your mind and show I'm worth supporting. Prove your mettle. Will you take one of my pilots at a starfighter? A challenge of space combat maneuvers. You can't afford to show fear to this man. Agree. Asking about safety would be weak. Daredevil. Challenge accepted. Call me when you're ready to fly. He cuts the connection. Are your technical skills really good enough for that? You sense he probably has negative feelings about you. Well, now that we're a daredevil, that gives us points for his combat and environment, and we could do spaceships again next week. So, we could follow him to the next place down, because he goes around the edge of the galaxy. So we could follow him to Mirka 1, and then get better piloting, operations, layouts. But we do have a combined 140 skills in spaceships right now, so we might actually be able to do this. I say let's do it. Do his personal quest. In order to win Star Admiral Yakao's approval, you need to face his chosen pilot in space combat. Piloting success, student? Real space combat, not simulated. You'll be flying an actual strike fighter in the cold depths of space. If you're shot down, Imperial privilege won't give you the power to reverse the flow of time and walk away. Are you sure you want to do this? Space combat! Steeling yourself, you call the Star Admiral to make arrangements. After some preparations, you suit up and are escorted into a strike fighter, a quick and agile spaceship intended for a solo pilot to make daring runs against complex combat defenses. Like, say, another strike fighter. The cockpit is cramped and studded with metallic switches, very different from the comfortable flyers you're used to. The Admiral advises you to take some time for practice maneuvers before combat begins. Once underway, you will each target a large, brightly marked lump on the hull of the other fighter. Smash that open, and colored gases will erupt, signaling a kill and victory. That's all well and good, but how likely is it that anyone could destroy a small target on a fighter without damaging it? If I had demolition. Blowing off the wings, crack the cockpit, set off a chain reaction in the engines. Either or both of you can easily end up dead. This simply can't be how training exercises are usually held. It is too wasteful of equipment and personnel. You wouldn't have much of a military left if every new recruit had to battle to the death just to join. Layout plus engineering fail. Okay. Yakao. Layout plus engineering. You familiarize yourself with the controls, try to prepare yourself as much as possible. But when you first hear the warning sirens of an approaching enemy fighter, your heart bangs hard against your ribs. You're in combat! Piloting operation success. Quickly you set the ship into motion. Staying still, or even on a predictable course, makes you an easy target. You've got to keep changing directions. Space combat isn't as simple as moves and counter-moves. You're both moving all the time and trying to keep track of each other's relative position and orientation as you roll, spin, and scissor. Big gun success! You've achieved the auto-targeting system. You activated the auto-targeting systems to track the other pilot when they're in range. But you'll still have to make some decisions about weapons and timing. What is your general strategy? Piloting plus big guns plus operations. All-out attack, spam missiles. Piloting plus big guns plus hunting comes into play here if you wait for the perfect shot. Or pure piloting ramming speed. I've got 60 piloting. That's decent, but I don't think that's gonna be enough to just ram into the side there. 60 plus 40 plus 50, 150 I think should be pretty damn good to go full-on Macross. All-out attack, spam missiles! You've got to push as fast and hard and hope that you win before your inexperience betrays you. If you make aggressive turns and fire everything you've got, you might overwhelm them. Big guns success, but piloting plus big guns plus operations fail. Okay. Pilot plus big gun plus operations greater than 150. You pull on the controls, trying to bring the ship around as tightly as possible to face the enemy. Target in view. Fire, fire, fire! Your missiles launch with a wave of rainbow sparkles, which feels odd for military weapons, and you somehow do something wrong. The enemy fighter executes defensive maneuvers, dodging and sliding through your barrage. One or two of the missiles glance off the wings, but nothing penetrates the target pod. You fail to score a good hit, and now your weapons are depleted. Your mind goes blank. Bang! Alarms start blaring all around you, and curls of colored smoke drift across your view screen. Smoke from outside the ship. Whew! Which means your target marker has been ruptured. You've lost the duel. The world spins, and you find yourself drifting out of your seat. The artificial gravity is gone. We got enough operations. You stab at the controls, but most of them are unresponsive. Systems are failing rapidly. A flashing violet light warns you of low structural integrity. Another impact or the fighter could shatter into pieces. The fighter is equipped with an emergency escape pod, but it's bare bones to say the least. You'd be shot out into space in a tiny egg with no engine power, no room to move, and minimal air cycling. Completely helpless. We don't have body control either. We have neither repair nor body control. Oh no! We could actually die here. Where's body control under? Oh, the entirety of body control, endurance, pressure points, contortion. To endure the cramped egg and contort our way into it? If we had repairs, we have 40 operation. We have 40 operation. I'm gonna gamble on it. Try to restore control. If you could just get the controls to respond properly, you could retreat, right? You tried to run diagnostics, but the error message is nonsensical. Out of cheese error? Why would anyone put cheese in a spaceship? There must be physical corruption somewhere. You can't rely on the console, you need to get your hands greasy. You look around for some panels you could open. It's hard to make sense of things with the gravity fluctuating around you. Layout plus repair has enough to exceed the value for student. You slide a panel free, keeping alert for any signs of smoke or fire. That's odd. There's devices inside here that don't belong in a fighting ship. Some of them are gas canisters normally used to simulate emergencies for shipboard drills. Others are harder to understand but look like some kind of remote control system. Is this what's causing the shipboard errors, not actual battle damage? What if this was a test? What if this was a test with 2 success points? Success if we shoot down the opposing pilot that shows our military piloting finesse. Cool. But if we don't, because hell, we're an adolescent. We're not even old enough for the academy. Maybe he wants to see success condition number 2, where failing to shoot down the other ship and then taking severe damage if I can keep a cool head under pressure. Huh? Maybe. That I don't just run to the escape pod, but try to wrestle control back for my starship and live to fight another day. That could impress Yakao. Oh, but I don't have sleight of hand or repair! You try to figure out how to disconnect the extraneous modules, but end up giving your hand a nasty shock. Well, if there isn't a real emergency, it will be safe for you to wait until someone comes to check on you, right? Sometime later, the screen lights up with a message for the Star Admiral. I don't usually have to inform a recruit that they're dead. I'm obviously not. Princess, has no one ever required you to attend even the most basic muster drill? Do you not understand how to evacuate a ship in distress? I wasn't going to abandon a good fighting ship without making at least some attempt to salvage the situation. But when I started looking for things to fix, I found out that the alarms were fake and the ship was rigged. There wasn't any emergency. It was all a trick. So I left it alone and waited for you. He shakes his head. Caught in my own trap, eh? You're clever, I'll give you that. You were not successful in your battle, and I remain unconvinced. I cannot pledge my support until you claim the throne. If you can. Wait, then we will retrieve your ship safely and return you to the palace. I'll have to look elsewhere for advisors. So, it's not even a try again later thing, like with what's-her-name's son. If I fuck it up here, then I simply cannot rely on him at all. But he likes our medal, I guess. We went from negative to positive feelings about us. I failed the quest Top Gun. I didn't have to die. So, I'm going to need another military advisor. I put all these points into spaceships and gunnery for nothing. I could have waited a bit. We could have met him over at the next planet over and get time to practice repair. I think that would have been a pretty wise choice. Simply delay one more cycle, get repair in. Maybe if I had a little bit more operations, I could have shot down the enemy ship. I wouldn't say it feels kind of final bossy because most of these skills are within my reach. We got some pretty decent gunnery, we got some pretty good spaceships by this point, by turn 16. I could have squeezed in some extra repair. 40 military wasn't too big of an ask. If we had contortion and took to the escape pods, then a fail would have been a fail. I don't think we would have convinced him if we failed to shoot down the other ship and escaped in defeat. We knew enough in order to see if there was trap, and I think he did appreciate that. But it doesn't help me any. He doesn't hate me, but it doesn't hate me any. So what do I want to do? We're over at Daredevil now. Condition domination. Combat domination and spaceships. I could put a couple of points into spirituality and then we could go see what's her tits. Couple of points of spirituality might give me some extra something. But Menace could also help with that. But that'd be an emotion thing. We don't have access to emotion right now. Well, apart from Golden Empress. Condition and domination. We could do tumbling, strength, reflexes. Oh no. If we don't convince What's-Her-Face, we're gonna have to do the, what was it, the Starfall sport? Where it's basically soccer. If soccer was running around a field, throwing javelins at each other, with a star on the tip of the javelin, and you have to catch the star wherever the rules go, but if you get skewered by the javelin, you can still run around until you die. So maybe condition might actually help. I could put points into spirituality, and then we could talk to her, see if we can't BS her. And then if she's unconvinced and we have to do the sport, there's other parts of the galaxy we haven't been to yet across all these playthroughs. Hey, Dark Sonata? Things are pretty well. I've survived to turn 16. This is the furthest so far. I've got more votes than before. So, technically, things are going pretty well. Let me see if things are going extra well, though. Turn on a very ad-filled app very quickly. Hurry it. They're just okay then. How did Europe go, or is it over? A new update did come out today. No. The 1.0.8 beta patch that I was playing became live. What they announced today is they're going to be doing a 1.0.10 beta patch that releases tomorrow. And so I could try to see if the bug is fixed, but unfortunately, Europa Universalis has taken a permanent stop because I don't know why. I don't know if it's because I was playing over so many beta patches and so many hot fixes, and eventually something ceased to exist that was supposed to be pushed, but they couldn't push it, and so the game logic broke. But when March the 2nd, 1510 rolls around, the game just crashes. I've tried tinkering around with the console settings of the debug mode. I've tried doing save editing. I've tried trying to interpret the error logs. And maybe even tinkering around with either DX whatever or Vulkan, or shifting around whatever graphical settings I could in case it was something. And so far it seems nothing, and because I cannot play beyond the 2nd of March, 1510, there's just no playing then. It's in a permanently stuck state. I'll pop back in every new update to see if maybe this update is going to untangle it. Maybe that update is going to fix something, but I doubt it. I'm pretty sure that campaign is dead in the water. I got to play half the game. I got to learn half the game, so that's something. And since I do want it to be my next Crusader Kings 2, the game that I end up playing thousands of hours for the next several years, I started a second campaign on my own time last night. Back in Napoli, back in the Kingdom of Naples. And then I remembered how slow the start is. Deleting some extraneous buildings that are very unprofitable at the start. Building up RGOs everywhere. Building a couple of economic buildings, trying to build up my food supply, is very, very slow economic growth. And I haven't dislodged Aragon from guaranteeing the independence of Sicily, so I can't even take over Sicily right now. And the fucking Guelphs versus Ghibelline situation that it starts off in is a chore, it's a slog. But at least Bohemia hasn't been elected as HRE yet, so their impossible astronomical tax growth isn't being contributed to the Ghibellines, but it's going to eventually. I gotta get to the point where I know enough of the game to play elsewhere. The dream playthrough for me would, be unifying the Pacific under shared leadership to protect the cousins from the colonizers, but there's no Pacific gameplay because they want to pretend there's nothing. Even New Zealand. They straight up have like tens of thousands of populations in New Zealand, but because they want Britain to eventually colonize it, SOP everywhere, so eventually I'll make something of the game. Have Edgecordian check it out? I mean, I know he isn't a coding. I could show him, He's into coding, but Paradox games are their own beast, you know? Like, they're practically speaking their own language with the Clausewitz engine and all that. They'd kind of be using him as a friend who's like, hey, you work in computers? Could you look at my thing? I got too much respect for him to do that. Every update I'll poke in, and I'll try to play it from January of 1510 to March the 2nd of 1510 and see if it plays. I doubt it will. You think he might like the challenge? His challenge is trying to get me to play Lao Molana. That's what the challenge is. But I think for right now, my challenge is I need more tea. It's been about a couple of hours anyway. So I'm going to quickly grab myself a BRB. The cats have already been fed. So it won't be too long. I'm just going to make myself some tea. And then we'll choose what we're going to do and come back into this. Alright, I got my tea. So let's go back into it. So there are lots of checks in that whole sequence. The military, I think, mostly gave me the I'm not allowed to show weakness to this man thing. And that was just a hint to not ask about safety. Big guns, I think I did pretty well on. Piloting pretty well on. Getting operations to 50 might have helped. And because we do have the fleet uniform that gives a bonus to spaceships, and I was wearing it, that gives us 60 piloting, 40 operations, 40 layout. So we could have been as high as Operation 70 and piloting 60. And I could have gotten 30, 50 repair. I think we've done all right for ourselves. But for now, we want to impress the Wusser tits. Interaction emotion. Body control and engineering and body control. We'll visit the guards for now then. Slip down to the barracks of the Imperial Guard and watch them as they train and spar with each other. In a way, you are their leader. Hey, Toasty! Toasty not content to, Careful, Toasty, the buttons actually do stuff. Don't play the game for me, Toasty. Your foot's on the keyboard, there you go. What'd you press? Did you give me a billion deaths, Toasty? Go on, scoot. We'll go to Mirka 1. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. We've received a message of a political nature. A consortium of Tharkan technology companies wish to test your opinion on establishing a self-governing community on the largest moon of Savargas. They are not making an official proposal or requesting any action on your part, merely putting out feelers to see if you might support the idea. Savargas is a watery planet in sector Tharkas 3. It has 3 moons, but they're outposts of the main planet, rather than settlements of their own right. They don't maintain permanent populations. If one of the moons establishes a provisional government, that would be the first step towards declaring it a separate entity entitled to an elector. The others would likely follow suit. Do you wish to make a reply? This is not quite official business. You're not obligated to respond. More electors, but they wouldn't necessarily go my way. We shall be non-committal for now. Don't want to take a position right now. There's nothing that could be done until after the election. Ignore them for now. If they press for an answer, say something vague that doesn't make any promises. Very well. Now we can do sports. It's gonna take a bit to get there anyway, so let's get some sports in. And as soon as I take sports, frame starts dropping. 0 kilobytes per... Okay, there we go. 6,000. 3,000. 0 kilobytes per second for a few seconds basically means no stream. 0 kilobytes per second means no data is being broadcast. I'll wait. Stable? Green? 5,000? You good now? Okay. Alright. If it promises. Student level sports. You try again to make sense of the wooden puzzle. I saw you, bitrate. You hold it to your ear and wrap on it with your fingers. Wrap on it with your knuckles. listening for hollow spots. You scratch your nails gently over the surface of the wood, checking for hidden seams. Press, pull, poke, twist. Intrusion, repair. Mood change negative. Stupid box, why won't you open? This is pointless. You can't afford to waste any more time on the Noven's stupid gift. They've probably designed it just to drive you crazy. You called a servant to dispose of the offending object. This might have been a suitable gift for the girl at the bottom left of the map. Also, my bitrate is dying so much right now. Let me check on something real quick. Because BF is still home. I'd expect he's playing Sims or Roblox or something. Playing Roblox. Let me pop in on him real quick. Poor Toasty baby is so super bored today, aren't you, Toasty? Aren't you, little Toasty baby? You know what I caught this guy doing? He was climbing up to check on the shelves I have above the computer. And having found nothing to play with there, he started trying to bite off the pins in my wall that are holding up pictures and things. Silly Toast. Now don't go for my water. You got your own water, Toasty. Don't you put your poo paws in my water, Toasty. Okay, so turn 17. We're only turn 17? Huh. Solve puzzle box or else. Alright. Yakau's here. Quest failed. But probably positive, so we could likely negotiate with him. He's heading the same place we are. Have you changed your mind about joining my cabinet of advisors? No. Okay! But he has positive feelings. So a negative. Arts and gunnery. Body control we can move on to from here. Well, I want to get spirituality anyway, before we talk towards her tits. So I think we're in an okay spot. Explore social network. Investigating the relationships of Mirel, Electra of Sijna, allied with Vater, and Stoyan of Drog. Zolat, Ixil, and Sola are enemies. Let's write in our diary. Secretive. And we'll go to Mirka 1. Your Imperial Highness, we have received a diplomatic message from Crystal Nova. What do the Novans want now? They claim to have captured an Imperial intelligence agent carrying out espionage of their territory and demand that I come in person to the border to negotiate exchange. The problem is, it is not one of our agents. She taps her screen. This individual is a common Imperial citizen doing business on Crystal Nova. He is not an agent. He's not even an informant. He has no classified value. If this is an innocent citizen, then he might be condemned to a Novan prison through no fault of his own. Better to lose some unimportant businessman than put the Imperial Princess at risk. Why do you think they're insisting on her personal presence? It must be a trap. The Novans have designated a neutral sector just outside of Imperial space to make the exchange. If you wish to negotiate, you will need to be at this location by turn 22. 4 turns from now. It is, of course, your decision. And right now you have other decisions to make. We'll put 20 points into spiritual. Giving us basic level spirituality. Exathea. Attaché. Request an audience. Wait. Does she not want to show? What did it say then? Where's my log? Has no has no room to meet with me today. Damn. Well, where do we gotta be? Let's see. I'm basically in fresh territory here now. I don't know what to do. Body control engineering. Arts and gunnery. Let's go brood. Sometimes it's all too much. You find a dark corner far from any observers. You can be quiet and alone. So, where's the neutral zone? Neutral space. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. For once, nothing urgent has summoned you from your bed, just a usual pile of routine dispatches and updates. The Vestarch has sent a reminder that the Agonaglia, a major religious festival including blood sacrifice, will take place on turn 24. While there will be many ceremonies across the Empire, the primary ritual is held in Kedro and presided over by the High Pontifex. Traditionally, the Emperor or high-ranking noble designated as his proxy would be present in order to receive an augury for the future of the Empire. If I wish to attend, you should make plans to be in Sector Mirka 1 on that turn. You also receive a preliminary report on the joint colonization project with the Grib. The first Imperial colonists have arrived safely and begun to set up basic accommodations. So far, the terrain appears to be in line with the survey data. Everything is proceeding smoothly. On with your day. Cool. Let's get some dramatics into us. Student level dramatic arts. Korondi, how do things look? Mutterings of discontent. Then my mood right now is negative. You can go cautious. Stealth and environment and engineering, or stealth, body control, and spaceships. Let's go cautious, I guess. Where's my other advisor? I got 2 advisors. No, I got her vote, not her. That's right. Go to Tharkus 1. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. A committee requests your opinion on a complex matter of law. Yours is not necessarily the deciding vote, but they're interested to see how you would address the situation. Alright, what's the situation? In regards to a question of inheritance, a Tharkan matriarch recently passed into eternity. She had 2 children, one by her second husband, who predeceased her, and one by her concubine. She left no will. So the legitimate child inherits. Not everything, but the status entitles yes, under normal circumstances. Documents have since been found to indicate that the matriarch's first husband was not actually dead at the time she married her second, making that marriage legally invalid. How did that happen? They were living separately on different planets. Either there was a miscommunication or the matriarch produced false death reports to show that her first marriage is no longer an issue. The first husband died half a Fivum later, before the supposedly legitimate child was born, but the mistake was noticed or dealt with at the time, so the invalid marriage was never replaced. None of this would be an issue if the woman had left a will. As it stands, a person who was treated as the heir is technically neither the child of a marriage nor a registered concubinage. So the concubine's child is challenging the inheritance. That's a mess. The people who broke the law in the first place are all dead and cannot be questioned. By one interpretation, the heir is now legally entitled to nothing, despite being raised all their life to expect it. Imperial history plus economics, because we have Ozara. Hey Toasty. Is there some legal precedent that might apply? What is your recommendation? Husband's child keep the title, treat the 2 children equally, history plus economics? Husband child gets nothing, refuse to take a position, treat them equally. There's a concept in contract law called severability, where even if a part of a contract is invalid and struck down, the rest of the contract still stands. This woman intended to marry her second husband. She legally could not form a marriage bond with him, but she could have made him a concubine. Under the circumstances, it's reasonable to downgrade her marriage into the next most appropriate category. By that standard, they're both children of concubines and should inherit equally. Very well. Careful, Toasty. He's jumped onto my computer and stretched himself up high to pot something in the corner. What you doing, Toast? Did you find a bug, or are you playing in the light beam? Do you want to go in the window, Toasty? I've got a very nice window here, Toasty. There's light. There's people to snoop on. You want to come down and sit on the windowsill, Toasty? Don't. Toasty! The stream just came back on, Toasty. Leave that Wi-Fi adapter alone, baby. Leave that Wi-Fi adapter alone. I gotta get a new Wi-Fi adapter. It's bad enough that they popped this thing open once before. Toasty, leave the thumbtacks alone! Not really thumbtack, push pin. It's a tack to me, alright? He wants to eat this. Toasty, leave that one alone too. Down, Toasty. Am I not allowed to have pictures on my wall? This kid, he's entering his terrible twos. Even the cats have them. Toasty, you have very bright, excited eyes right now. He's figured out he could use his claws to pull the curtains open. He's very smart. I just need him to be smart in the right way. My poor bit rate. My poor bit rate. It was all doing so well until the pointing up antenna caught his interest. It's even got bite marks. Separate from Onyx smacking the microphone boom into the Wi-Fi adapter and popping it open. It's got bite marks on the antenna from Toasty sitting up there, rubbing his whiskers on it and teething on it a little bit. Bitrate seems fine now. We got our spirituality and we're not going to use it. We got some dramatics. And now we got stealth environment engineering. We could get repair very late in. Let's get some galactic relations in if we're going to meet our family. Spirituality plus galactic relations success. Spirituality plus galactic relations success. Dream. Spirituality plus galactic relations. You just had this... Yes, little board boy. Look at the way this guy stands. You're the very image of a cat now, Toasty. When we first got you, Toasty, you looked like Dewey from Malcolm in the Middle. You practically looked like a little white rat. But look at you now, you're the very image of a cat. You're like the type specimen, Toasty. The perfect type specimen. You have just had the strangest dream. You were holding a large glassy sphere, something like the orb that Uzga sent you. Except there was nothing inside it except darkness. You looked into the sphere, and then you fell inside of it somehow, becoming lost in endless black. You cried out for help and you felt something in your hands. Not a sphere anymore, but a crystal, smooth and faceted and hauntingly familiar. Like a precious possession lost since childhood. Slowly a light began to grow within the crystal. You could see your hands, but they were ghostly pale, almost translucent. And then you knew what you had to do. You held up the crystal, and radiance streamed from your fingers, banishing the dark. Free at last, you flew up into the sky and you woke up. Why does that feel important somehow? You wave the lights on and go to your computer to send a message to someone who might understand. Zorana, how funny, I was just thinking about you. You explain about your dream or the odd feeling of importance it had. A vision! Oh, you're so lucky! I'm not sure it was a vision, really. Maybe it was a memory? Do you remember me owning some sort of important crystal? I wish, I love crystals. Maybe your dream was about being Crystal Novan. Maybe it's a sign that you should investigate your heritage more. Kashenia is always wanting you to learn more about other galactic cultures, especially Crystal Nova. Or maybe it was more of a spiritual kind of dream. You will find your hidden strength if you venture alone into the dark night of the soul. How would I do that? I don't know, it's your spiritual journey, you'd have to do it yourself. Trapped alone in terror and suffering until your wings unfurling to gain the power to destroy the world. Right. I mean, that's kind of my ambition here. She has very strange ideas sometimes. Well, thank you for your help. Call me anytime. I'm always happy to talk about your dreams. It probably was just a dream. Okay. Could I convince Rekt to join my side? We can't schmooze him because he feels uncomfortable with our current level of allure. Dig into the background of Wretch, Electra of Tharkus Prime. He's a sign of a very old and very well-regarded Tharkan family. Born into power and privilege, it has never stepped outside the lines of behavior that were laid out for him. He enjoys art, music, and his collection of black inlaid metal decanters. For most of his life, Wretch had been married to Arhun, a woman who was also his second cousin, rejoining the family lines and concentrating their inheritance. The couple make all proper appearances together, but do not seem very affectionate. Wretch and Arhun have one son, Karjur, who was about your age and still a student, living at home with his parents. Arhun recently gave birth to a daughter, but the child died before she was even 1 season old. It appears that Wretch and Arhun pushed for the baby's death to be labeled natural causes without any investigation, claiming it was too much strain at such a difficult time. The child was quickly buried, never to be mentioned again. Might it have been a simple tragedy? Or it might be that one parent or the other is hiding a terrible secret that could be quite a scandal. Of course, you have no proof of wrongdoing. What would we use? For one, he likes me. We have positive affinity with Wretched. Do I want to blackmail him? What would this even use? We have 40 menace, but that's not very much. We don't have deception. But we do have some dramatics. We could try. These early runs are all about experimentation and learning. We could also propose engagement. Is that to his kid about my age? Let's try blackmailing him. You're arranged for a private dialogue with Wretched. Greetings, Elector. I hope I find you in good health. I am well, Your Imperial Highness. And your family, are they well? Yes. I was very sorry to hear about the death of your daughter. A terrible tragedy, and one that brought a great deal of unwanted attention to your house. It was quite fortunate that you managed to deflect the investigation. What are you saying? Media plus menace plus blackmail? You are an orderly man. You like things quiet. You don't want the authorities digging into certain matters and disrupting the peace of your home. All I want is your pledge to vote for me in the election. Then I will leave you in peace. Undisturbed. His breath makes a horrible, wet, gargling sound. And you fear that you might have caused something inside him to burst. I have always acted for the good of my family. Then protect them now with your work. I trust in your honor. What would you know of honor? He shakes his head. Take your bargain then. Be Empress. I am sure your ancestors will be proud of you. That was almost certainly an insult against the American race. But it doesn't matter now. You've won. Thank you. I've successfully blackmailed an elector achievement. Such an ugly word. You sense that he probably has negative feelings about you. 5 votes to 3. We still got a ways to go, though. Okay. So, we're cautious now. Interaction and gunnery? Arts and gunnery? Or do I go indulge? No, I gotta choose a mood. I can't become indulgent right now. So, interaction and gunnery or arts and gunnery? Build up deception? Review the schedule. I gotta get down here by turn 22, but I gotta be up here by turn 24 for the human sacrifices. This feels like a deliberate branching point of the story. Do we adhere to our obligation in our religion and faith and imperial duties, or do I meet with our cousins of the Crystal Novans? Your regular batch of dispatches and updates includes more news of the ongoing colonization project. A number of colonists are reporting symptoms such as low energy and brain fog. Oh shit, they got COVID. No medical causes have been identified. The Grib are concerned that some allergenic substance on the planet may be triggering negative reactions. It is also possible that it's mass hysteria, or the colonists just slacking off. I doubt it. Well, if they want the benefits of the new homesteads, they'll have to find a way to get the work done. So let's do deception. And so now we have fleet uniform, Golden Empress, and the evening gown. We'll keep the Golden Empress. Korundi, how's the security? Muttering to discontent. Some people don't approve, that's okay. Could I denounce anybody else? I've already got Lukomir denounced, that's enough for me. Well, Zara, there's nothing to talk about, so let's just end the social turn. And relax by the pool. And then we'll go to neutral space. Your Imperial Highness, we appear to have an urgent situation developing, but information is currently scarce. A distress call was received from the Grib Colony Project requesting immediate evacuation. At least that is the overly formal description. The message that was actually sent was get me out of here now, there the transmission was cut off, followed by error signals. We are not sure who sent the message. The speaker did not identify themselves or provide any recognition codes. This may be an adolescent prank or an internal dispute between colonists. Since the colony is located in a region outside the Empire past Heru Prime, we have no presence there beyond the colonists themselves, and no further information available at this time. Send the fleet! The matter will be forwarded to the Committee for debate, but you are entitled to exercise Imperial privilege if you believe this is a genuine emergency. Send the fleet. Our citizens could be in danger. Notify the Star Admiral to mobilize a fleet and proceed to the colony. They can protect or evacuate the colonists depending on the situation. I will transmit your request. This wasn't a request, it was a command. I should have forged a stronger connection with the Star Admiral. We have reached a rendezvous point for the negotiation of the Novans. They sent messages indicating that they are on their way, and you'll be able to speak with them shortly. Okay. We still got arts and emotion right now. I could put more to menace, but I feel like I've got my social stuff pretty well done for now. Rhetoric hasn't been helping me as much as I'd like. The ability to speak good has not been the ultimate social stat right now. Let's pull up more galactic relations for the time being. Student-level galactic relations. You've received a message from Ksenia. She says, looking forward to seeing you home for Aganaglia, the upcoming religious ceremony on turn 24. By home she means Kedru, of course, not your actual home. Though what would you consider to be your actual home by this point? You have so many properties. Ksenia is not highly ranked enough to be granted automatic admission to the ceremony at Basilica of Shadows, but she might have been lucky enough to win a ticket from the public distribution. She does get overly excited by the bloodletting sometimes. The Novan carrier has taken a position in this sector. We have invited the diplomats to join us in the Heavenly Palace for further negotiations. However, they have so far refused. They wish for us to send out shuttles, one from their side, one from ours, to meet for a private rendezvous. They wish for you to fly out alone. I got skills in piloting. That is ridiculous. Could it be any more obvious of a trap? You cannot go. I agree. Tell the Novans that I am here to listen to their request, but that my patience is not infinite. If they want to make a deal, they'd had better state their case. I am not leaving the palace alone. Very well. Is that it? That's it? Oh, there's nothing I can do then. I have an update from the Novans. They have sent an ambassador who agreed to release the captive spy, in exchange for a video recording of you thanking them. That could probably be taken out of context in some ways, or be manipulated, which they can use for propaganda purposes. Still, it's fairly harmless and you've come this far already. Fine, let's just get this over with. You move down to the reception hall, where your team of dressers, now slightly more experienced, prepare you and help you record a short video. As soon as it's transmitted, the Novans deliver one slightly bewildered Imperial merchant and several boxes of his personal possessions. It's strange business, but at least now you can get out of here and back to the Imperial space. And we're still not gonna make it to Mirka in time for the bloodletting. We're gonna miss the bloodletting! Your Imperial Highness, the Colony Project has managed to repair their communication equipment and delivered a disturbing update. A strange disease is spreading among the colonists. Early symptoms, such as lethargy and impaired thinking, appeared minor, but as it progresses, subjects undergo extreme personality changes. The patients insist that they are healthy, happy workers who love their new home. They reject their previous family and friends and resist all attempts at being cured or isolated. This reminds me of that Shumatsu anime. They stopped at that one train stop that's overtaken by fungus. The other colonists call them griblets. Alien mind control? The Star Admiral acknowledges your early request and says that the fleet's support will be sent at once. I hope it's not too late. From this distance, your powers are limited. At least it means you're safe. Okay. We've got Galactic Relations 40. Should I try for more spirituality? If I want to try to impress What's-Her-Face? We're gonna miss the thing, and I'm sure she's going to be very upset with that. Let's get rhetoric for now. Practiced level rhetoric. Mutterings of discontent. Condition and domination. We're not gonna make it for turn 24 in Mirka. We're gonna have to miss it. Let's go speak to the Heru folk. I have an update on the colony evacuation process. No aid has yet been able to reach the colony, and their pleas for help are growing more frequent. Word of the situation is growing around the Empire, and concern is growing. I can't make things move any faster. If only the fleet had been stationed closer to Heru Prime. We couldn't possibly have changed that, because they were going to do their routine anyway. I think maybe we have crosswise things, because we interrupted the fleet to settle them to Drog when those light eaters were around earlier. And then they did their loop around and around and around. If I had more rapport with Yakao, maybe he'd have gone straight over. I could have also chosen to not do the colony. Knowledge of traps and weapons used for catching game. Okay, for catching animal game, not for games about catching stuff. I was thinking maybe hunting could be useful for the Not Pope's spear game. We got some sports domination, we'll put more sports. Yeah, more sports for now. You sit in your room checking the latest feeds. Recordings from the Agonaglia rites on Kedros show Lucamere standing tall and proud in the front ranks. As a high pontifex of the sacrificial birds, I knew it! I knew my absence would mean that Lucamere would take advantage of the situation. Fucking Gavin Newsom! But I thought there might be something with the Crystal Novans. That position would have been yours if you'd been there. Do they hate me even more now, Kurundi? A possible threat to my life. Unpopular commanders are often taken down by their own military. Keep your distance from anyone bearing arms. Great. So we can do combat, environment, or interaction and emotion. Yeah, let's go be daredevils next turn. Ixil of Andrew has pledged her vote to Lucamere. 0G trampolines. Let's go meet new people. We haven't been to Hera before. Two warm ocean worlds in the Heru system. I have an update on the colony evacuation process. Fleet ships have arrived at the colony sector where they have encountered a triad of Grib warships. The Grib claim they are present only to protect their own citizens during this crisis. Unfortunately, they are now claiming the infected colonists as their citizens, saying they have defected. Any attempt by a military vessel to forcibly extract them may be counted as an act of war, which you currently lack the authority to command. As if that stopped anybody in our world! A small number of colonists remained free of the condition, barricaded themselves away from the others, and set up signal flares begging for rescue. One large troop shuttle was able to make a run to the surface. Those who boarded were saved. No further signals are forthcoming. One shuttle's worth out of 5,000 colonists. Tell the fleet to get out before the situation gets worse. This whole mess was clearly a trap from the beginning. And now we know. While we're here... Tick relations? Media? Let's get more allure this turn. No. That'll just get me to 70. We'll do more menace. Menace to 50. Menace to 60. Practiced level menace. This sector of the Heru system is by far the most popular with tourists from across the Empire. Both planets are dominated by ocean, with small land masses whose cities are never too far from a beach, and now support thriving colonies, with a focus on pleasure and recreation. Rianok is a warm summer paradise of nodding palms and gentle breezes. Young adults cram themselves into touring ships for whirlwind romance and wild alcohol-fueled parties. The wealthy retire there to sleep in the sun. Koshim attracts a different crowd with its odd skies that are perpetually gloomy by day and sparkling by night. Bioluminescent organisms are common, and the seas simmer with strange colors. Kashania had big plans for a meditative retreat on Koshim to celebrate your graduation from the Ishinka Academy. You and she and Vasily would be staying in an underwater resort with massages and trance-induced classes, getting in touch with your soul resonance, that sort of thing. Vasily would rather be relaxing on Rennick beaches, but Vasily never bothered to make the plans. Of course, the way things are going now, it's not likely to be able to keep Shinia's plans either. Rennick has a larger population of the 2 electors to Koshim's 1. Both planets are known for their entertainment options and relaxed lifestyles. Would it be better to emulate that, or to impress them with their own pomp and circumstance? What theme do you want for your reception? Economics is colorful and casual. Art is sophisticated and reflective. We only got etiquette. We can only do formal and traditional. You are not here to just be another giggling adolescent at a beach party. Strict enforcement of protocol should remind the guest of your importance and emphasize the seriousness of the situation. Graduate etiquette fail. It may also make the gathering a little stiff and uncomfortable, but again, fun is not the point. I've already ruined my first impression. As the guests are largely standing still and murmuring to their close companions, it is easy for you to make your way through the crowd in search of the electors. Braneka is one of the electors from Rennick, an older Miro woman with a son around your age. You've met her before when her family was visiting her husband's relative on Kedro. Not just visiting. There was some discussion at the time about whether it would be good for the son's future to attend your boarding school and make connections with Mirkan's system. You had to show him around and make some foolish comment about his eyes. It was a Fivim ago, it doesn't matter, probably. The son was called Ren, which is probably short for something, but you didn't read Braneka's dossier before this event to check. After all, you're not strangers. You can't see Braneka's son or husband nearby. Did they not attend tonight? Ah, she's a cutie. I like the crab. Although she's not looking your direction, the tips of Braneka's cat-like ears perk up as you draw near. She turns to face you. Well, well, well. Welcome and well met, Your Imperial Highness. I'm so happy to see you. What a lovely party. Thank you. It is a pleasure to see you again as well. How is your family? Your husband and your son, are they here tonight? Oh, my husband isn't with us anymore. Dead, I'm afraid. Oh, I'm very sorry. It's all right. You've been very busy lately with matters of your own. You haven't had time to keep up with recent news. My condolences to you and your son for your loss. Eyebrow up. Yes, it was a terrible tragedy. Very difficult times. Actually, you don't think she's very sad about it at all. Braneka reaches up to adjust a pendant hanging around her neck. One sharp fingernail sending it swinging. Wait, it's moving! Those little legs, those pinching claws, that creature's alive! Someone has drilled holes through the arthropod shell to attach the rings of a golden chain. How could it last like that? Of course, you have suffered your own loss so recently as well. You have my deepest sympathy for the death of your father. The Empire will never be the same without him. Do you expect to have the opportunity to visit our home on Rennick? I suppose that depends on how negotiations go. You don't really have the time for a beach getaway unless it's necessary to win a vote. Reneka smiles at you expectantly. She's waiting for you to say something more. She tapped the necklace. She wants me to ask. Maybe she wants a political marriage. I'll ask about Ren. Has your son completed his schooling yet? Wendell has not yet graduated. He has been quite distracted in recent lessons and spends a great deal of time with his girlfriend. That's probably enough pleasantries for now. She probably has negative feelings with Berneka. You part Berneka, go in search of the other elector from Rennick. When you first encounter him, you think you're seeing double. Two handsome American men dressed in matching floral silk shirts stand together, shoulder to shoulder, their heads bobbing in time to the music. Dun, 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 dun. One is the elector you are seeking. The other is his husband. They're certainly not identical, they're not even related, but they look similar enough that if you had only a description to go on, you could not tell which was which. Even their names are closely aligned, Radomir and Radomil. Perhaps that coincidence encouraged them to cultivate the resemblance. You wait expectantly, I like his shirt, until the elector detaches from his companion and comes over to greet you. Your Imperial Highness, it's really amazing to have you here with us. It's like totally an honor. He's casual, but he knows the proper form of address, Your Imperial Highness. Body control and science fail. There is something unusual about the way he talks. The words sound slow, almost slurred. Maybe it's a common accent on Rennick. It is my pleasure to be here and to meet you. Is this your first time, or have you been to the sector before, like in the flesh? I've never had the chance to visit. Oh, wow. You know, you've got to come down and, see the waves for yourself. We can be your guides and show you the best games. You didn't come to the sector to play games, but you need his approval, so you smile noncommittally. Have you ever played on a Starfall team? Starfall's popular in the American system, but a very rough sport, even in the watered-down version played by students and amateurs. At professional levels, being struck by a falling star is quite often fatal. Out of the ritual temple matches, the game cannot end until blood is shed. Your boarding school puts you all out on the field once or twice as part of your regular exercise routine, but with the star replaced by a puffball. We've seen that before. You know enough about the sport to discuss it at least. Still, some men enjoy the chance to explain sports to an inexperienced girl. Act innocent, deception plus allure. Pretend I'm on a team, deception plus sports. So, do I pretend to be tee-hee bubbly, or pretend to know enough to be on the team? We have 30 deception and 50 sports. That'd be a score of 80. 30 deception and 50 allure. So, acting innocent or pretending I'm on the team are equally weighed. I know enough to talk about it, but I am not actually on a team. So, let's act innocent for now. And I should quit trying to use Wasid. You widen your eyes a little. I've never really had a chance to play. I was always curious, but I didn't know if I'd be any good at it. Well, we've got to get you out on the field. He grins at you. After a few more pleasantries, you send him back to his husband, remarking again on their oddly mirrored smiles. Hostile towards me? No! The last elector, the one representing Koshim, takes some time to locate. Not only is she standing off in the corner, but she's facing away from the center of the room, her feathered wings shielding her face from view. You only pinpoint her at last when her companion heads back into the main body of the party, carrying their empty plates. Perhaps the Elector is shy, or her age and health make her wary of crowds. Still, she does not look your way. You'll have to announce yourself. This is very rude. Madame Elector? She turns to face you, bringing with her a wave of sweet scent, as if she had been baking pastries until the sugar infused her very pores. Her hair and clothing flutter and sparkle. No, it's not her hair. It's insects. Moonflies with glowing wings that crawl freely over her dress and extend their hollow tongues to taste her skin. Affected by mood, daredevil. What an unusual fashion statement. Oh, your Imperial Majesty. Majesty? That's not your correct title. That style of address is only for the Emperor and Empress. Maybe this is presumptuous. Maybe we have her support already. Is she declaring her allegiance, or is her mind wandering? You are even more beautiful than your pictures. Such perfection. She reaches her trembling hand towards your face. Let her touch you. Mindful of her age and position, you hold still and allow her to gently stroke your cheeks. I remember when my own was so young. This close, the intense fragrance of sugar and vanilla almost make you sneeze. Princess Zorana, my sympathies for your father's passing. I remember my own. She looks away and sighs, a deep huff that shivers the wings of her glowing passengers. For so long you wait and think that they might come back. When they visit your bed, you scold them for making you worry. But then you open your eyes and they are gone. You don't know exactly what she's talking about, I do. But it seems that it's affected her more deeply than your father's loss has affected you. Thank you. You're very kind. Faster than you could have imagined, her mournful expression transforms into a crackling, wrinkled smile. Never too young to get started, are you? Eh? We could be family, you know. That's how she came. The union. Mother! A woman's voice calls from behind you. The companion noticed earlier, apparently the Elector's daughter, returns, carrying a pair of glasses. Ah, my star. See how she shines? She's trying to hook me up with her daughter? The woman steps protectively close to her mother, who pats her shoulder. It's fine, my dear. The princess and I were just getting to know each other. Did you get the sparkling wine? What lovely bubbles. You've made your introduction. Perhaps now is a time to retreat. Please enjoy the reception. I'll speak with you again later. The Elector doesn't even seem to hear you, now staring intently into the liquid of her drink. Negative feelings? Ugh. Okay, what now? Combat, domination, and spaceships. We can't do more sport. I should probably do body controller conditioning to get reflexes or to get endurance. So body control or conditioning. I would want to get excited and play paddleball. We could stay here, try to speak with people. We'll stay put for now. Your Imperial Highness, some more pleasant business today. On turn 27, the Heavenly Palace will be hosting a performance of Heart of Ice by the Escolden State Opera Company. Opera? Emperor Dragosin was quite the aficionado. This gala performance has been planned for half a Fivum. He never talked to you about music. He never talked to you about much of anything. Because this work was one of his favorites, and his performance was arranged specially by him, Many palace members will treat it as an unofficial memorial. You'll have the opportunity to give a speech. When is this going to be? Turn 27! Oh, in the Heavenly Palace. Never mind. I got scared for a second. I thought that I was going to have to miss out on something. Another chance to make a good impression. You don't have much time to prepare. Okay. Week 27, Opera Speech. And there goes my frames again. Frames, come on, come on. I see you bouncing around down there. You know what? My little dudes are gone right now. Hold on, where's my... Huh. My little dudes are missing. Capture specific window. Stream avatars.exe is up. My little dudes are gone. Where's my little dudes? I don't see them. They're on the BRB scene, but they're not on the live scene. That's so weird. Transform, copy, transform. There they are. They were just resized for a really tiny size. That's so odd. Can't miss my little dudes. They're so cute. Naturally, I blame Toasty messing with the Wi-Fi adapter and killing the stream for a second. For now, let's get reflexes. I've got rhetoric. I've got allure. I could probably BS some stuff. Gymnastic skills. Balance, falling without hurting yourself, jumps and flips. Climb with parkour technique, strength. For fighting, pushing, resisting force, reflexes. I'll go with reflexes. We'll get student level reflexes. This guy straight up hates me. They all dislike me here. Branica, I feel like I could possibly blackmail. Investigate background. Married for many FIVMs to an American man named Maros. The marriage was reportedly tumultuous. Rumors that when freshly married, they had a violent spat which required Rennick volunteer guard to separate them and left them both in medical rehabilitation. If that's true, all official records of the incident have been expunged. There's no reliable evidence, only gossip. The verifiable facts are that they both lived on vacation together, almost never seen separately in public until Maros' recent and sudden demise. Medical records refer to Maros' death as expected due to long-term issue. No autopsy ordered, however there's no paper trail suggesting that Maros is being treated for any medical problems prior to his death. Whatever or whoever killed Maros, the truth is being concealed. Veronica and Maros had one heir, their son Wendell, around your age, still attending school. He's neither married nor publicly engaged, but his current romance with a fellow student is well known among their classmates. The girl comforted him at his father's funeral. There's no evidence directly implicating Bernac in her husband's death, but it's certainly suspicious. Blackmail option. Blackmail! You're arranged for a private dialogue with Bernecca. Bernecca rubs the tips of her fingers over her lips. Greetings, Your Imperial Highness. And what might I do for you today? I'm glad you asked. I was hoping you would pledge me your vote in the election. Otherwise, I might have to tell someone my suspicion about your husband's death. Well, of course you're suspicious. Everyone's suspicious. That's rather the point. She's been radiating wicked glee ever since his death was announced. Of course she expects suspicion. Economics. You want the Empire to think you killed your husband? I want every slimy toad of a noble to know that I am not to be trifled with. Every old rival, every smug cow, whoever looked down her nose at me, I want them checking their locks every night and wondering if I still remember. She flicks at the legs of her captive crab necklace, but it triggers only a weak wiggle. The prisoner's time is running out. I want them all wondering if they're next. But, did you do it? You'll never prove I did. You'll never prove I didn't. Go ahead and gossip, it makes no difference to me. If you want my vote, you'll have to think of a better scheme than that. Breath hisses through her teeth at a strange, mocking laugh. She closes a connection. Will you attempt to carry out my threat? Sure, we could attack her reputation. You make some public comments about Brenneca's rocky relationship with her late husband, and how suspiciously pleased she is about his death, almost proud of it. Unfortunately, there's very little reaction. It seems that everyone who cared about the subject already had those suspicions. A rattle mill who hates me? He already hates me. Eve seems pretty weird. Let's negotiate. You arranged for a private conversation with Eve. I need the support of my electors. Will you pledge your loyalty? That's very simple, dear. I know exactly what I want from such a sweet flower. Grandchildren. She rubs her wrinkled hands together. I want beautiful babies in plush imperial cradles. Marry my son and you'll have my vote. She has a son? How old is he? You don't even know his name. Does he agree to this? Fire is a good son. He just hasn't had a reason to settle down. He'll understand our values. Well, at least now you know what our son is called. What kind of man is he? What values is the Elector talking about? May I speak with him? Oh, he's probably busy somewhere. Which sector? Was it the sandstorm or the forest? He does love to travel. I'm sure he left a message somewhere. That certainly doesn't sound like she's discussed the subject with him. Fire is an adult, isn't he? He has a right to make his own decisions. I can't make promises to him without him being here to accept it. But you agree that if he is willing, then you'll marry him in exchange for my vote. She's eager for this match. That isn't surprising. It's a priceless opportunity for her family. Many noble couples are engaged without ever having met. That's politics. On the other hand, it's your life and a permanent commitment. Are you willing to pledge yourself blindly? I will need to talk with them first. Madam Elector, you and I are both obligated to make choices for the greater good of ourselves, our families, and our empire. In our position, personal feelings must sometimes be set aside. However, your son has until now enjoyed the privilege of living free of such expectations. Eve said he hadn't had a reason to settle down, which probably means he's enjoying himself with casual affairs or a harem, rather than looking for a wife. He's certainly not deeply involved in local politics, or he would have been present at the reception. I believe it would be better for both of us to not feel compelled to agree to a permanent commitment before we've even spoken to each other. Tell him it is a possibility if both he and I agree. Give us a chance to reach that decision together. She listens to your calm, sensible words, and then cackles with laughter. Yes, he'll be very lucky, but perhaps it's better to let him see that. Make him chase you a bit. That wasn't quite what you were trying to say. But at least she is amused. It's amused her rather than offending her. I will speak to my son and have him contact you soon. Thank you. She closes connection. Still has negative feelings. You have an incoming message request from Fire, son of Eve, Elector of Kolshin, your prospective consort. He's eager to talk to you as soon as possible, that's a good sign. He's not too bad, he's kind of a looker. Good evening, Your Imperial Highness, I hope I'm not interrupting. Fire lives up to his name, a colorful and vibrant man. Old enough to be your father, but still energetic. He does not greatly resemble his mother, nor does he look like the type who'd prefer Koshim over Rennick. Not at all. I'm very pleased to speak with you. It's alright. I've never been to a match meet before either. Really? He's never been involved in any sort of marriage arrangement at all. At his age. Or is he just saying that to try and sound more relatable to you? Young and inexperienced as you are. Even if his mothers had no interest in making arrangement for their children when they were young, someone of his age and social class must have had offers and opportunities. To avoid them all completely and never even go as far as a match meet would suggest that Fire was totally opposed to marriage for some reason, and yet, here he is. Let's be friendly to pull some information out of him. Well, then we could learn together. I suppose I should begin by telling you a little about myself. I spent most of my childhood in a boarding school on Andro, very strict, very traditional. I didn't love the school, but I did love the planet. I still have a summer home there. My school was in Kendro. You wouldn't have attended my old school anyway. It was a very traditional male-only academy. I enjoy hunting, nature walks, and sky watching. I have a pet gaze hound named Salubi. I broke several bones as a child, but otherwise I've enjoyed good health. What else would you like to know? What do you want to know? You don't have time to develop a relationship. You need to make up your mind quickly about whether you're willing to marry him or not. What do you want out of a marriage with me? If we go through with an arranged marriage, what do you expect from me? What do you intend to do with yourself? As a consort, I expect my role be mostly to be stand behind you, looking handsome and supportive if I can manage it. Excuse me. And other than that, to stay out of trouble and avoid negative attention. I do not have a lot of political interests. I don't intend to advise you or make demands of the Empire, although I can't promise Mother won't have ideas. I'd like to have a child as soon as possible. I know you'll be very busy getting to grips with the Imperial management, so I would like to take the primary caring role. I'm not picky about boy or girl, but eventually I'd like to have both. Heirs, or apparently responsibility, you're expected to uphold. We're different ages, we have different social circles. I don't want to interfere with you and your friends, and I don't want to bore you with mine. We can keep separate. This is a very bland contractual marriage. He'll publicly support me, we'll have kids, he'll happily raise the kids, but ultimately we'll live separate lives and be happy with that. As for lovers, as long as we're both discreet and keep things respectable, we don't need to worry about what the other is doing in private. That means he totally plans to screw around, is currently screwing around, and he doesn't want to stop anytime soon. I should expect that from him. Which means he absolutely has a partner, or even a harem, that he doesn't want to talk to you about. In general, I look forward to enjoying a quiet life on the Imperial properties. It all sounds incredibly sensible and thought out, like a business plan. Of course, you probably practiced this speech before calling you. You can't talk all night. You have other responsibilities to attend to. For the moment, you need to make your decision. Will you marry Fire in exchange for Eve's vote? Rejected! Thank you for making the time to speak with me, but I don't think we're a good match. Oh, sad puppy! He takes so long to reply that you wonder if there's something wrong with the connection. I see. Don't worry, I'm not mad at you. All of this is a lot to deal with at your age, isn't it? I don't blame you. He's being condescending to me. Mother might not take it so well, though. good night to you and good luck. He closes a connection, and you wonder if you misjudged him. Oh well, it's too late to back out now. Interaction, emotion, or combat? At an environment. Combat and environment. Or I could just do whatever and just pick up some other skill. We could go towards bold, which would give us domination. We're currently excited. We'll go to 0G trampolines. And see if I could blackmail Eve or something. Heart of Ice. I got no musical appreciation, by the way. It is an epic tragedy telling the tale of two lovers, a Mirkan woman and a Miro man. They wish to marry, but a jealous Mao witch comes between them. She sacrifices all her power to banish the woman into the spirit realm for as long as a man's heart remembers her. You don't really care all about the plot details, but by the end everyone has died of despair and been frozen for all eternity. Operas are like that. Do you wish to make a speech before the performance? Etiquette to praise my father, praise the opera, rhetoric to praise the empire. I got 60 rhetoric. I can't change my clothes now. Let's praise the empire, 60 rhetoric. You have an election to win. You have to take whatever opportunities you can to look deserving of the honor. We stand here at the Heavenly Palace, the heart of the Celestial Empire, to celebrate one of our many great art forms, the opera. Here we celebrate our history, our civilization, our education, our refinement. The Empire is like a living thing, always growing, always changing, but it is held together by the backbone of tradition. We honor the past, even as we reach for the future. You sit down to the sounds of polite approval. The performance is lavish, the musician skilled. But it does go on for quite a long time. We have enough musical and dramatical to get success. You are too swept up in the emotion of it all to feel at all tired. It has been too long since you've attended a show like this. After this, you'll have the Jubilee to prepare for and turn 28. Oh boy! Let's get tumbling. We'll be middling at so many things. Eve, let's try to blackmail her. She's held this position for more cycles than you can properly comprehend and has watched many leaders come and go. In her youth, she was highly regarded as a hostess of exquisite manners and taste while displaying her collection of flowers, living insects, and jewelry. Eve has never been outspoken in politics about anything other than the well-being of Koshim Colony, and was generally considered a spiritual woman and a voice of reason, a voice of wisdom. Since the death of her wife 2 Fivums past, she's become increasingly eccentric and withdrawn. She shares a home with her adult daughter Star, who is unmarried, unattached, and appears to have no social life or interest outside of supporting her mother. There are rumors that Eve is no longer mentally competent to perform her duties, and that it is her daughter, her carer, who is truly in control. Other theories suggest that Star has been held under her mother's thumb for so long she's got no will of her own. She's never been officially declared heir. The Elector does have another child, an adult son named Fire. He too's never been married despite his rank and age. Unlike his sister, he travels more widely, is rarely in residence in Koshim. If the nobility decides that Eve is unable to maintain her position, she might be forced to stand down. It would be a scandal. However, if her thinking is that badly damaged, will she understand the risk and be able to make that decision? Blackmail. Eve. You arrange for a private meeting, private dialogue with Eve. I came to the sector in order to secure votes for my election. It is in your best interest to pledge your vote to me now without further bargaining. And why is that? Media plus menace. Okay. Because you're too old to do your job anymore, you don't know what's going on half the time. It's your daughter's star who gives orders, you're just a puppet. If I tell everyone's going on, you'll lose your position as elector. Okay. Eve. Media plus menace. Little girl playing dolls. She was once, but not with me. You see? You don't talk any sense. Let me talk to Star, maybe she'll understand. You don't understand. My star is a satellite. She follows me. I am the elector. I may be old, but I'm not as mad as you might think. Try sugar, not a spear. She cuts off the connection. Mad or not, Eve is certainly not listening to you, and your gambit didn't accomplish anything. Will you attempt to carry out your threat? Attack your reputation. Rhetoric plus media failed. You drop a few pointed remarks about the elector's advanced age and trembling hands, but if anything, this evokes sympathy for such a loyal servant, dedicating her entire life to the service of the Empire. Hatred! Okay. We need people in my cabinet, too. Maybe she'll be my media lady. You think Bernecca would want to be in the media cabinet? She won't return my calls. Cinepart, Elector of the Imponderable. This is different. You strap on a helmet and elbow pads and go to bounce off the walls Wii. You start by pushing off into the null gravity room with all your leg strength and rebound off various springy surfaces until the air friction finally slows you down. Or you grab a fabric strap to stop yourself. If you time correctly, you can kick off as you rebound to increase your speed and spin even more. You do need to aim a little bit, since some areas are more padded than others, and hitting a corner can be uncomfortable. But that's what your safety gear is for. It's not really dangerous. At least not until the enormous metal spikes burst out of one of the walls where you're flying towards them. What sort of ridiculous death trap is this? Darts, chain, and tumbling all failed. You throw up your hands to try and protect your face, but it's too late. I think this is because I got too many people unhappy with me. I also think I could ignore the Novan ambassadors next time around. We got a new death. We got impaled by spikes. For now, what if that was a crab lady? What if threatening to expose her? Because she likes to make people guessing, right? She's kind of blatant. What if it was her? We definitely upset somebody new. We survived this far. I think, what's the wing guy from back home, Locomir or something? I think he is probably one that tries to assassinate us because the concubine that tries to kill us very early in was associated with him. But then ever since we learned that we could try to blackmail him, and that gets him on our side, he doesn't quite like us, but he supports us in gratitude. And so we haven't been killed then. I think it's one of these guys that I ended up upsetting. Maybe that's the hazard in trying to play the blackmail game. You end up getting more and more people upset the higher the chance you get killed. For now, I think I'm gonna pee. This is a good spot to take a BRB. So I shall return in a few minutes. Right, shall we do this again? I gotta think that I'm honestly feeling a little bit stuck. We're getting more information. We have lots and lots of new information. But we still have to squeeze in as much as we can places. There is so little time. This is what? Turn 27, turn 28. The turn 27, turn 28 area is feeling pretty compressed. I feel like by that point in time, you better have most of the things you want. How many turns were there in Long Live the Queen? Like 50-something? Week 29, If Adara Rises, Pillow, Foreign Affairs. Week 30, Assassination Chocolates. Week 32, Resist Magic, Attend Court, Wear Coronet. Week 33, Public Speaking, Visit Dungeon, Wear Toga. Week 34, Sense Magic Church. Week 35, Foreign Intelligence, Treasury. Week 36, Foreign Intelligence, Resist Magic. Toys? Alright, playing with toys. Other route. Week 30, Swords Sneak Out. Week 31, Wield Magic, Explore Castle. Week 32, Swords Lore Explore. Week 33, Elegance Court. Week 34, Presence Garden. Week 35, Reflexes Sports. Week 36, Presence, Wield Magic Church, The Nothing. I think beyond that, everything just falls into place, right? So, I can stick it up. Long Live the Queen, total weeks. Long Live the Queen. Events by week, I guess I could look at. 40 weeks? Congratulations, successfully reached coronation. See epilogue for the aftermath of your choices. And I'm also expecting there's gonna be aftermath in this too, depending on not just my stats, what kind of empress I bring myself to bring by way of how I treat people. If I blackmail too many people, I might end up not making people very friendly with me, and I might see a knife in my back. I'm not very good at this game! We'll get the Viper. Let's see what happens if I don't let Korondi sleep with me. Then an assassin comes into my room. Also, we did have a death, so death counter +1. Probably best to sleep while I can. Riddle time for another future. Become determined. Because we're determined. Tumbling, strength, reflexes, repair, invention, demolition. We'll get etiquette. I like doing etiquette first. Was there a noise? Did something fall over in your room? You're so tired. Something bumps against your bed. Before you can react, a hand claps over your mouth. Reflexes fail. Damn! This is the concubine we've been killing. She's got some attitude. I like her. You open your eyes to see an attractive, scantily clad Herkin woman kneeling next to your bed. She looks familiar. Isn't that one of your father's concubines? Chillin' Chum isn't here to appreciate this right now. But you know that Dad was enjoying some high-class Pazuri here. Shh! Be quiet, I have to talk with you. Talk! She's not trying to kill you. It's about the Emperor's disappearance. How does she know the Emperor's disappeared? The Ministry was supposed to keep that a secret. Although, if they've been searching the Heavenly Palace from top to bottom without any clues, and no one's seen the Emperor anywhere for days, some rumors are bound to start. He's been preoccupied lately more than usual. And the one time he did visit, he patted my arm. He patted my arm when we were done, like he was saying goodbye. Like he knew something was about to happen. I thought maybe he was planning to remarry, so I looked into things, but he spent all of his time alone with his stupid bodyguard. But the Thresher's people won't talk to me. I know something's wrong. I'm his favorite. I could have enforced information. Kurundi and the ministers are supposed to be investigating what happened. Shouldn't they have spoken to your father's harem? Perhaps they were ruled out early on. Will you help me? This is an entirely different route. Oh, right. She takes her hand off your mouth and wipes it on her skirt. How'd you get in here? I have your father's codes, obviously. I am his favorite. You have Imperial overrides for the entire palace? Even you don't have those. Well, no, just the bedrooms. Nothing useful then. Do you have any idea what my father might have been expecting or worried about? Not particularly, but it's suspicious, isn't it? She's no threat. But she doesn't know anything useful. She's completely wasting your time. Go away and let me sleep. You're going to need to have those codes changed. So that's new! That's new! We got something different that time. Got Arfina. Now we can't visit her again. What if we ask my father's shadow? We could ask about Esmarai, since she is alive. I was gonna ask about Kurundi. Ask about Esmarai, one of my father's concubines. Of course. She was his favorite, right? She said he'd been acting strangely lately, like he was planning something. Do you know what he was doing? I cannot answer that, princess. The Emperor is a complicated man, with any number of plans underway at all times. I am still bound by my oath to keep his secrets. She thought maybe he was planning to remarry. The Emperor has not formally proposed to any potential spouse. That is all I can tell you. Does this mean he might have privately negotiated with someone? When the Empire learns about his death, would a disappointed lover be storming the palace to demand compensation? Many preparations, of course. Very bizarre. No threats to my personal safety. Well, we're determined now. We could do stealth, body control, spaceships, combat, domination, spaceships. I just have to remember that by week 4, my friend's visit, I don't want to be actively going someplace new on week 4. Combat, domination, and spaceships. I really shouldn't be downing my tea like that. Especially right after coming back from BRB, but it tastes so good with just a little bit of brown sugar in it. I should keep on repair. I should also go back to here. It's early enough, let's just restart this. And what if I get some reflexes? Reflexes of 2? Maybe that's why they give you conditioning this early in. You run out of your way just as someone drives their hands down onto the bed where you were lying. An assassin! Guards! You trigger the lights and alarms, scrambling backwards to safety as uniformed guards rush into your private chambers. Princess, wait! Your vision focuses on an attractive, scantily clad Hyrcan woman you vaguely recognize as one of your father's concubines. Why is a concubine sneaking into your bedroom to kill you? The guards grab hold of her, pinning her arms and wings. The penalty for treason is death, assassin. Assassin, I just came to talk to you. Princess, I cry mercy. Of course she would say that now that she's been caught. Please don't kill me. The guards await your command. So, if we have reflexes, we could either execute her or give her a lesser punishment. Take her away and lock her up, but don't kill her. Have her questioned. Find out how she got in here. The guards take the woman away, still protesting her innocence. Can we talk about her again? No, but you get information on Kurundi. The Imperial Thresher. How well do you know her? How do I know I can trust what she tells me? How do you know you can trust my answers? You must learn how to read people for yourself. To the best of my knowledge, Kurundi has served with distinction for more than a Fiven. However, if you rely solely on the Thresher to provide your intelligence reports, you will not know anything she does not wish you to know. Your father pursued his own research as well. You really can't trust anyone. Maybe there's some benefit to getting some information from the concubine. Anything further about the woman who broke into my room, named as Esmarai, high-rank member of the Emperor's harem, claims he had promised to marry her, because of which she was very upset about his disappearance. She continues to insist she is not an assassin, and she wanted your help asserting her rights as consort to be. For the one blade, she was carrying no weapons and lacked the training to kill effectively with her hands. For the other blade, the Emperor was almost certainly not making any plans for marriage. That's probably true. How'd she get to my private room? She obtained override codes somehow. Okay. Alright, let's go back to the title then. Let's not take reflexes. We'll refuse Kurundi's protection for now. Reflexes would be nice for later, but I think I don't want it right now. Repair we're going to need when we speak to Yakao. But if I get more into operation instead, then I won't need it yet. Then I won't need the repair, because we could just shoot and win. Let's do etiquette for now. Kurundi's not going to tell me anything new. We're determined right now. We'll speak to Mazarin. Ask about Dad. Did we ever ask about Mazarin? We asked about Dad before. Yeah, I think we have asked about Mazarin. Ask about Dad. Emperor, the highest hopes for me, but incapable of greatness. I can become a ruler more powerful than any the Empire has known, but I must find my own way. Become indulgent. Interaction and emotion, or interaction. Let's have a dinner party. No signs. Announce Dad's death. Rhetoric I haven't used too much. What was I missing for the... Week 9 is a biographical interview. Military and more menace than 40 for the pose. We can get menace to about 50. Status reports. The harem is empty. Esmerai is gone as well. You never heard from her again after the encounter in her bedroom, the one where she said no one was investigating the harem. Were they all questioned to see if they knew anything about the incident? Of course, but none of them were involved in the scientific projects, and none of them wanted your father dead. My agents uncovered a great deal of gossip and infighting, but nothing relevant. You can't tell if she's telling the truth. Basic empathy fail. When's the official funeral? Certain ceremonies. Okay. That's the shadow wanting to die. Not wanting to die, could wait for now. Get a crush on both my friends. Tee hee hee hee. No current threats to my safety. We'll do a dinner party again, be social. Where's the... We don't see where the fleet is right now. We could get enough etiquette to make this person like me at Mirka 1. It's just turn 4 I gotta be careful about. So, let's get 35 etiquette, and then 45 menace. I could also start doing deception, but I think I'm okay with this. Etiquette's already at 20. Yeah. Tell the truth. Etiquette is nice, she likes it. Onyx wants out of the room right now, so let me open the door for him. Let's see, your brother's waking up. Come on out, Onyx. Okay. Arts and emotion? Let's get some emotion in. Become indulgent. It's turn 3. Let's go to Mirka 1 for now. And our friends are going to come over soon. Let's stay here first. Stay in Mirka 1 for a bit. There's my friends. We should have a big party. I never tried a big party. I'd love to see the both of you. We can have our own party just the way we like. Music, chocolate, sparklers, wine. I'm in charge of the palace now. They have to give me whatever I want. That's an exaggeration, but it sounds impressive, doesn't it? Ooh, can we see the crown jewels? Maybe, if you promise not to take them. Aww. Well, I'm sure I can find you a pretty crystal summer to take home. I'm holding you to it. We look forward to seeing you. Cool, my friends are coming over. Let's get more empathy. Then we'll do allure and get menace higher, and then work on military. Wait for my friends to disembark. I got 2 of my friends here. Do I want to adjust my mood? I could do social later and get more emotion that way. Friendly. We could do a computer lesson right now, and that'll give me skills and operations, I think. 10 skills, but the 10 skills might make the difference. We could also get a bit of art from Vasily. They're basically early options for cabinet positions and art lessons. I just want. External curator, head of galactic relations. Squeaks with joy, kisses me on the cheek. Galactic relation skills of 30, so low. See, I didn't want to do that! And Vasily would also give low option, right? Now, Mirelli here would also have a cabinet position she can do. Science, Lord Chancellor, culture. She'd do culture, right? Pro-traditional American culture. As a logothe of culture, she grants me a media skill of 20 only. Okay. I know somebody who might be good at media, though. What did the log stop? That's something new. Refuse the order, become determined. We'll get a few points of etiquette, though we don't specifically need etiquette when we talk to the Shadow. Become indulgent. Talk to Mazarin. Ask about Korondi, ask about Esmarai. Onyx, out of the way, baby. I don't know if anything here is gonna be important. Probably not. Sit. Good boy. Good boy! You may remain next to me, Onyx. Little snaggletooth. Let's get some empathy first. Before we do menace. Though if we had empathy first, then we could have talked to Korunda. Sound sincere about that? Esmerai didn't know anything useful either. 2. None were involved in scientific projects. None wanted your father dead. So there's no hidden information this time. Social mood would bring us down to arts and emotion. Emotion I want for right now. Let's go shopping. Boop. Boop, Onyx. Okay. Allure of 10. Let's put someone to menace. Etiquette 20 should hopefully be enough to talk up this person's planet. Etiquette basics, etiquette tell the truth. Student of etiquette fail. Class trip, went here once, our big reward for graduating for the primary level. One of our sons is scheduled to have a similar trip to the Twin Worlds soon. So, we just act like an excited kid, but we put no gravity and respect to it. But she seems fairly easy. We could either really talk up the game. She's a mom. She's got a kid who's of a similar age, not too much younger. Have a big party. Mood change to indulgent. Let's do allure to 25. And that'll give me 25 in each. I can start bumping up menace. So, indulgent is okay to be in for now. Let's get computer lesson. 10 operation is a free class. Art lesson. 10 visual. The freebie skills cannot be denied. Adventures in babysitting. It's open now. Let's head to Mirka. And we'll try to grab who I can. Now, I could put points into Menace now. I got until week 9. It's currently turn 5. I would also like a spiritual advisor, but the lady seems really hard to get to. What else am I gonna need for stuff? Military week 9, biographical visits. It's only turn 5. We can go through the moon with Menace. 15 would get us to 70. Double points of Menace, maybe? Let's do double points of Menace. Graduate level Menace. Tolerate the mistake. Everything else is as normal. Shopping for arts and emotion. Condition and domineering. Let's go shopping. So let's stay put here for now. It's only turn 5. Embassy in Chatuk space. Menace plus media if I had any. We're at graduate level Menace now. We're at graduate level Menace. Maybe we can do something with graduate level Menace. It didn't work. It didn't work. Okay, get our Viper. There's my dudes. Delay the announcement. Refuser protection. We'll start off. We could do... It doesn't matter all too much. We got the double etiquette. Or in lieu of etiquette, we could do repair instead. Get the early repair in. But I need the etiquette. The 20 etiquette is basically carrying me over for the early interactions. I want to be indulgent. I don't get much out of him either way. Etiquette, basic success. Let's put points into Menace. Okay. We'll visit Garafine again, play with my snake a little bit. No security alerts. Have a dinner party once more, become social. We'll go to Mirkan space. Mirka 2. And then let's do double empathy. Empathy to 30. Miss my bro. Tell the truth, they don't have enough etiquette to really fluff up her world, but as a mom, she's happy to see a kid enjoy the trip. Okay, this would be 25 and 45. Yeah? I could do another... No, that's okay. 25, 45. Emotion outfit. Then I'll get points in operations, points in art. We're currently indulgent, and indulgent is okay. That brings us over to social if I want more interaction and emotion. So we'll begin the quest here. Have a dinner party again. And now we'll go to Mirka 1. That'll be... It's at 45 right now, so that'll be 60. And then 75 without the menace bonus, without the costume bonus. So get it while I can. Maximum menace. Meet all the peeps. Tolerate the mistake for now. Now where to bring my skills? We could do condition and domination for sports, tumbling, strength, reflexes. I don't think it matters too much right now. I'll put some more points in the military. It's turn 5, currently. Let's do interaction. And then start putting points into rhetoric. Or maybe I should start putting points into guns and things. I can get a Minister of Commerce pretty easily. I gotta put points into things like galactic relations, imperial history, military. I could maybe float off carrying my friends for a little while and then dropping them. Do you think they'd mind being cabinet members for a few turns? And then being let go so somebody else with better stats could take over? I got a whole lot of menace. Let's go shopping. Request for raid. It's menace plus media. Plus media. We don't have the media, we can't do the menace. Legal aid to the merchant. Well, let's do military for now. A couple of points in the military. And then once we get our mood towards social or compliant, then we'll do rhetoric and whatnot. We got military, we got menace. Blackmail him. And we end up with some anti-blackmail. We don't actually blackmail him, we help him out. Media plus menace plus square blackmail. Empathy student, etiquette student success. Cool. And Vatra is an easy win. That's 2 votes for me. 2 very easy votes for me. With 28 not pledged. I could try to get other people here. Shall we see what else people want here? Keep it Father's Jubilee. Let's get rhetoric to 40. Or 30. I could do math. I could promise I can do math. Attaché is very difficult. Let's start with Ixil. Negotiate. Probably positive. She doesn't like bribes. Make no decision. Absolutely no bribes. Okay, right, just try to negotiate does nothing. She's kind of useless to me right now in that way. If I investigate background, that's more for blackmail material. I got no spiritual skill, I got menace. Maybe Attaché will like my menace. To the Basilica of Shadows early in. We don't have spirituality. We don't have expert etiquette. We automatically sink to one knee if we're compliant, though. I reach for a crown of stars, but the blood and soul of the American people lie here upon the stones. Graduate level galactic relations and spirituality. Practice spirituality fail. That'd be about 30, right? No, closer to 40? Beginner, student, practiced. Menace, graduate, succeeded. Perhaps that you're untested. Enforce the law should other channels prove insufficient. Spirituality failed. Bureaucracy, rhetoric plus deception failed. The priest should be killed. I value... Oh, sure, I value honor. Seek favor from the gods. Ritual Starfall match. I feel like if I was able to appease her at all, that I wouldn't have to do the Starfall, but because I haven't been able to appease her, I have to do the Starfall match. I had more allure by this point. Well, we can get one more death. Personal quest. Starfall matches held here regularly. You have her All Holiness' dispensation, but you'll still need to call ahead and make several arrangements. You'll only be able to attempt this once. The sport is dangerous. You could be seriously injured. We could be killed. Am I sure I'm ready? Let's play ball. It's what her All Holiness wanted. Once the arrangements were made, you transport down to the planet's surface. Tonight's match represents a symbolic conflict between two deities as they clash over dominance of the American pantheon, demonstrating the influence it would hold over the twin world for the cycle to come. This match pits Mirzana, goddess of poison, ice, and wild plants, versus Kishore, god of song, construction, and the hunt. The chosen deity does not affect the team's equipment or the game's rules, only the colors that the team wears. The star will not be poisoned. Which deity do I choose to play for? We'll do Kishore. You put on a black bodysuit and wind yourself with red and brown ribbons. Somewhat to your surprise, a temple uniform does not include a helmet. If a falling star strikes you in the head, it could be all over in an instant. We put 0 skills. To sport, to reflexes, to endurance, to contortion, survival, scouting, terrain. The rest of your team does not bother to strike a conversation, with you or with each other. Their faces are expressionless behind the patterns of paint representing their loyalties. There is no discussion of strategy, no attempt to put excitement. It's like they're in a trance. You've had no time to train with these people. You don't know how they play. Are they just going to ignore you on the field? It looks like team or no team, you may be on your own. You came here to impress the High Pontifex with your devotion in order to win her vote. What is your primary objective in this match? Avoid serious injury. You're doing this to impress her All Holiness, but it's all worthless if you get yourself killed in the process. Reflex but sports failed. The team doesn't need or want your help. The win or lose is a god's decree. You just need to stay out of the way. However, it's important that you at least look like you're trying to win. The High Pontifex will not be impressed by cowardice. Sports, deception, student level. You hang back, try not to get too close to any of the other players. You're out of the field, that counts for something, right? Suddenly, you hear shouts, and see people running your direction. Startled, you look up and see a spear plunging down straight toward you. If I had reflexes, I wouldn't freeze up. Reflexes graduate or practice, we got basic contortion. Basic contortion for the snake. You frantically twist your body, trying to get out of the way of the falling star. Ow! The spear grazes your shoulder and skids off without penetrating, falling to the ground. You can feel the sting of the scrape. Are you bleeding? And the other players are still charging right at you. Basic body control fail. That's enough! You've made your showing and put your body on the line. Now it's time to tag out instead of the sidelines. It's no surprise that your team loses the match. You'll need to arrange another meeting with the High Pontifex to find out what she thinks of my performance. Not a very good one, I bet. Let's get gunnery in. How's my skills? Let's get gunnery in. Make a list of my enemies after that match. Latest news concerns my father. Secret heir. We failed everything. Alright, that's about the drunk. Didn't know anything, just a random visitor. There's a mystery about your father's death. Any clues must be hidden somewhere in the Heavenly Palace. The science department is the obvious place to start looking, but your father's ministers investigated the labs in detail, found nothing. The concubine Esmerai was certain that your father was involved in something before he disappeared, but he had no leads. With so much else going on, do you really want to devote your time to chasing phantoms? Follow the science. You need to brush up on your scientific knowledge before you can investigate further. So we could open up a new avenue with science by turn 8. Also, it's turn 8. We got the media that's gonna show up next turn after my classes. Let's get some big gunning. Student level big guns. Mazarin scene of the Twin Worlds. I'm in the Twin Worlds. So, at the Shea, how was our performance? Strength be with you, also with you. Consider petition interactions. These are uncertain times, Princess Orana. Lies and selfless machinations have set the pendulum in motion, and none can predict the pattern it will trace. The shadows of war hang in the balance. The gods speak in veiled warnings. I do not know if they wish me to redeem you or defeat you. Defeat me? I must wait and watch. I will not give you my support. Do not contact me again till after the election. Ugh. So I gotta really impress her for it to work out. Ixil, what if we offer a cabinet position? I don't know what she's like though. I basically don't know any of what she does. Law? Let's make her Logothet of Law. 30! I've unlocked Analyze Voting History. Krovos likes me right now. Does he like me enough to give me his vote? I gotta get the blessing of death. Let's get spaceships into us. And now we'll go to Mirka and try to get to Mao. Not now, Onyx. Out of the way, Onyx. Get our piloting in. Time for my big interview. We're gonna be the strong commander. I see you, baby. Mwah. Importance of the Emperor as a military commander, protector of the populace. Military student success. Further pursue trading when you have the opportunity. Strike a final pose. Menace Practiced. It only has to be practiced? Your eyes snap and crackle with dark fire, daring anyone to oppose you. You will be the Empress. That was pretty good, I would think. Korondi, what do you think? No threats to my safety. I didn't fuck up that badly. Oh yeah, she's still here. I was like, wait. Ixchel we have along now. And her current mood is that secretive. Gunnery. Let's get some extra gun. We'll stay one more day, get some extra gun by going negative. Not now, Onyx. Ray guns. We'll get gunnery this high up. Student level ray guns. Okay. Then Morel will do your personal quest. Visit the kid. Do target practice with ray guns. Ray gun basic success. Student success. And now we got her vote. We'll end social turn. Become negative again. And now head out towards Tharkus. Research Directorship in the Heru 2 sector. Heru 2. Could seek Imperial approval before accepting any such position. We're gonna keep refusing. It's an asset I can't afford to move around. Onyx, you want to be fed, don't you? It's not quite lunchtime yet, Onyx, but you want a little bit early? You want your food a little bit early, Onyx? You know I see you, right? When you inch forward a little bit, I do see you, baby. It's not that not that I don't see you. Let's get you some early lunch. Toasty, you want food too? Of course, Onyx only takes nibbles of his food, so he'll want to go in to eat 3 bites, and he'll want to come out, and then he'll want to go back in to eat. Alright, now that we're here, we got ray guns. Imperial history of only 30. We really can't rely on her for everything for the intrigue. We're on negative, right? We could do a little bit of musical. Try to get more allure out. Chair, quit sinking! We got military of 20, let's make it 40. And from negative, move to secretive for spaceship. Alright, the servant directly in front of me. Tumbling plus reflexes, reflexes plus unarmed, visual plus repair to fix it. I could fix it, it's a clean break, it's probably repairable. Have that piece delivered to my room, I'm gonna look at it in more detail. It's an official order. I'm not gonna be able to repair it, so sucks to be them. Let's get operations up. A lot of trouble finding glue that could stick metal to metal. The wing kept falling off again and picking up more scratches and lumps of residue in the process. Ended up knitting the bits together with rivets. It's at least got the wing connected again, but at the wrong angle it's sticking out a bit. Put in the hall, forget about it. You're a princess. Your creative efforts can only make the art more interesting. Rhetoric, address a group together. This doesn't matter too much because we just make her the Minister of Economics. Gunnery and spaceship, plan to join the Fleet Academy. Gunnery student success. Musical, I'm sorry, man. We failed music. Spaceship is so spread out. Body control and engineering we can do. We can go back over to spaceships. Which offers this? The glibs want us to put a colony down. This is a trap we now know. Delay until after the election. I don't have practiced etiquette. Now that I haven't been putting points into my etiquette as much. There, some points into repair. We missed the fleet. Ozara will offer cabinet position. Her strength is commerce. Economic skill of 75. Let's talk to Overlord, see if there's any way to get him on board. Analyze voting history. Most loyal to the Tharkans, favors a conservative approach, stick with tradition and methods that have been tried and tested over the Fivens. Prefers a ruthless approach, stamping out dissent, punishing failure, being willing to make sacrifices to succeed. He respects swift action and the willingness to take risks to accomplish a goal. Can become frustrated by lengthy information gathering or cautious dithering. He's interested in expanding the influence of the Celestial Empire through increased contact with alien powers. Should we negotiate based on that? Dragoson's daughter, but you're an untried girl. Empire needs a leader with strength and courage. If you wish for my vote, go to the military academy on Tharka's Prime and pass one of their tests. Okay. The graduation tests. Tharkan military practices attempt to involve general physical fitness and planetary survival. That means putting a lot of points into environment and condition at least. Maybe body control too. Plus spaceship. Urgent matter. Oh, this is new. This is week 14, right? What's happened on week 14 before? Nothing. Vestarch draws your attention to a feed display showing the frozen image of a beautiful and richly dressed Hurricane woman. One whom you immediately recognize. Esmarai. You haven't seen or heard from the concubine since the Emperor's harem was cleared out tresons ago. The Vestarch presses a button to resume the video playback. Emperor Dracosin, the wise and magnificent, has entered eternity and he can never be replaced. We did not only lose an emperor, we lost our future, and I lost more than anyone. That's right, she was under the illusion that your father intended to marry her. No one else could be the leader, the visionary that my Dracosin was. No unprepared child can take on that responsibility. Rude! To honor our beloved emperor, the next to hold the throne should be his child, but purely as a figurehead and symbol of our history, with the true ruling power falling to the Imperial Comitia. She wants a parliament to usurp power from me. She wants to make this a parliamentary dictatorship, nuh-uh. The camera zooms out slightly, revealing that Esmarai is sitting next to an American woman who holds an infant in her arms. The infant that she claimed was the Emperor's son. This actually becomes a complication if she lives. As such, I formally declare that our son, Prince Sirconi, as a candidate for the Imperial throne. Her son! The Vestarch cuts off the video. The records have been filed to show that Esmarai, late of the Emperor's harem, has formed a marriage bond with Helena, the infant's biological mother, and adopted the baby as her own child. As a matter of law, any child of an imperial spouse or concubine who was born within 2 seasons of the Emperor's death retains relevant status. But the baby wasn't born to Esmarai. But he is now Esmarai's child, and therefore, by legal technicality, a legitimate child of the Emperor. He does not displace her status as official heir, but he is part of the imperial family. The rest of the speech emphasizes Esmarai's claim that she intends to wield no political power as regent, but only approve and support the decisions of the Comitia. And the electors, as members of the Comitia, might find that appealing. Is candidacy legal? Sufficiently so to be put forward in the election, yes. Only time will tell how it's received. I now have a 3-way race. I got work to do. 3-way race could be good. That takes votes away from Boris Newsom. .30 layout, and I now get the spaceship suit, which I shall now wear. Zolot Elector of Kedro. This is also new. Amidst the profuse apologies, compliments, and well wishes, he slips at the confession that he is revoking his pledge. No! They can do that? He's voting for Esmarai. It's poor manners. His allies will snub him for a while for breaking his commitment, but it won't help you make up for the lost vote. Damn it! There's no secret spaceship up here. At Bold I have spaceship, I gotta go down for engineering and then go back down to spaceship and just bounce around here from secretive to bold, from secretive to bold. They're the only two spaceship options. One or two complaints. Isolated, nothing dangerous. Can't please everyone. Krovos. The kid has promised to vote for the kid. I can see that working out. But, so I lost Zolot. Lukamir's at least got nothing. Okay, we could do an extra point of repair, and then I could do an extra point of piloting here. It'll be at 50 and 50, and then we could raise them even further. Let's put it to operations, make it level 60 operations. Practiced level operations. Oh yeah, shoes for me. Shoes that are stronger than they look, what a metaphor. And then we'll go secretive, right? To get back to spaceships. Puzzle box, that's right. We got puzzle box requires intrusion repair or intrusion visual repair. I've only got repair of 50. I got visual of 10. Intrusion, we can get a little bit more. We won't. Piloting to 70. Practice level piloting. We need more than that. Practice repair. Only gotta get it to 50. Yeah, go. We'll get him next turn. We'll do one more. Dig into the background of Yakao, Star Admiral, born into a military family, spent much of his childhood traveling with them from post to post. As duty assignment shifted, his civilian education record was adequate but not astonishing. He enlisted in military training as soon as possible. Despite his background, Yakao did not immediately enter the fleet at an officer's commission, but as a common soldier. After a FIVM's tour of duty, his commander redirected him to officer candidacy school where he excelled. After receiving his commission, Yakao married a civilian who devoted herself to raising their children. By now, they are grandparents many times over. 2 of his kids are also part of the fleet, and 1 serves with the planet-side forces. Yakao was considered a charismatic leader, beloved by his troops and not afraid to get his hands dirty or put his life on the line when the task needs doing. However, he has no patience for traitors or cowards, and has ordered the execution of those who failed him. Alright, let's negotiate. I played Ritual Starfall. My side did not win. I'm not afraid to he's smiling at that. Hold your tongue, you've said enough. Prove my mettle. Take on one of his pilots. Can't afford to show fear as the empathy check here. Agree. Probably has negative feelings. We'll catch him the next time as a daredevil. We can go back to Bold for more spaceships. I've already got piloting of 70, I just have to be 75. Though operations to 75 is also good. I need to get one of these to graduate level, I think. Piloting 70 is already fantastic, but it's not graduate. I could do... Big Guns is also only 30. Big Guns isn't as high as it could be right now. Big Guns isn't as high as it could be right now, but... it doesn't have to be. I could put points into Operation for now. To get that to 75. And then I could put... Big Guns to 40. And then next turn we could catch up to him again. And put Repair on 50. Or something like that. Let's go Bold for now. We'll head back to Mirka to keep up with him. A pin in a self-governing commune of the largest moon of Argus. Imperial history. Ixil may not have a lot, but she's given us something. This isn't the first time that someone broached the idea of lunar independence. Smaller electoral territories already exist, but no emperor has been in favor of the idea. 3 new Tharkan electors could change the balance of power in the Empire. What if we reply favorably? Would they vote for me then? We could use more new voice of the Comitia. Don't make any promises. Suggest I'm interested in exploring the idea. We'll do operations to 70. And then Big Gun to 40. Failed. If I got up to 50 unpracticed on the repair. If I got repair to 50, it would have been enough for something. One bite, Electra of Heru Prime, pledge to vote for Prince. So now it's 3-3-4, with 20 votes left to go. Gunnery on negative, but I'm already there. We'll write in diary. And catch up to the fleet commander here. We're going to ignore the Crystal Nova Ambassador. It's a trap. Big gun of 50. Layout 15. Practice with big guns. Practice with layout. Ya cow. Let's try it again. Am I sure I want to do this? I'm sure I want to do this. Cockpit's cramped, so the methodic switches. Military basic success. This can't be how training exercises are held. They're not. Layout plus engineering student success. Suspiciously, you spend some of your shakedown time opening up the panels and poking around inside the ship. There's an awful lot of suspicious-looking color-coded canisters wired up and tucked out of sight. Are these explosives? Either you're flying inside a bomb, or this fighter has been rigged with special effects that can mimic damage at emergencies. Maybe this really is a kind of simulation after all, just a more realistic one. Piloting operation success. Get the ship into motion, staying still, or on a predictable course makes me an easy target. Big guns practice, a 50 was necessary. All-out attack spam missiles. Piloting, plus big guns, plus operation. Big gun success, piloting big guns operation success. You push your ship to its limits, turning tightly to bring yourself around to face your enemy. Target engaged, coordinates locked, fire, fire, fire! Your missiles launch with a wave of rainbow sparkles. They're probably not real missiles. More like fireworks that can give a good show without risking serious damage to either ship. Special effects or not, they rain down on the enemy fighter, who was unable to dodge them all. A lucky strike bursts the target pod on his hull. Spraying out colored smoke, victory is yours. Congratulations, Princess. You've done your part. Bring your fighter back to base and I'll come on board as one of your advisors. I'll stand at your side until you send me out to do your bidding. Cool! More military skill of 75. So I don't have to put any more into there. Got an extra vote. Ixiel's voting my way. So, where's the map? Heru 1. Let's head to, what day is it right now? 18? We gotta be back by turn 24, right? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. We can't make a very big trip of going to Mal then. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and stay. There's a couple people on Draug we could talk to. We haven't been to Draug. Though we have Yakal with us now by turn 18. Because we could order his deployment, we could order him immediately to the Grib colony before it becomes really bad. Everyone votes are accounted for except for Ithase. Okay, let's play with my snake. Head to deep space. For once, nothing urgent has summoned you from your bed. Yada yada yada. On with my day. We'll get deception higher up and then do etiquette. Also change my clothes. Student level deception, no one to speak to here. We'll play with the snake again. And then end the social turn. Drog I've never been to. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. Comedia requests your opinion on complex matter of law. Okay, this is the kids, right? Yeah, we got student of Imperial history. Her status, so the majority of the estate is inherited by the child after marriage, with smaller shares for any surviving concubines and the other child, under normal circumstances. But yada 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 yada. We do have history and economics. Treat the two kids equally. That'll be etiquette to 50. The Drog system was first discovered early in the history of the Celestial Star Empire, but contained no world suitable for colonization. It is a wasteland of broken rock, asteroids and planetoids tumbling chaotically around a dimly guttering star. Hidden among these rocks are signs which speak of disasters which predate American race. For that reason, the system is primarily of interest to scholars and mystics. The permanent population of the Drog system mostly dwells within two large space stations, Death Wings of American holding, and the Imponderable, which is under the control of the Mao. Your guests include the two station electors, of course, but also the region's preeminent scientists, ranking officials, and military leaders. Drog may be an insignificant system, but the Empire does not intend to lose it. You spot one of the electors nearby. With a final sip, you discard your drink, stealing your nerves, and prepare to meet your guests. Oh, she's cute. Your path is blocked by a young Miro woman with an intricate hairstyle. She clutches a stack of paper printouts. Unusual. Your Imperial Highness, it's a great honor for you to visit us at this auspicious time. If I could have a moment of your attention. My name is Sivisku, and I have recently uncovered a carving which may influence the Empire's entire course of history. She holds up a stack of papers, and you realize that if you don't do something, she'll continue talking to you for the entire length of the reception. I wish to read her reports later. Terrify her to silence. I wish to read her reports later. I would love to hear more about that, but this sounds like a subject that needs more than a few splits of my attention. Of course it does, the history alone. It would be impolite for me to spend the entire evening listening to just one presentation, when there are so many of your colleagues here who also wish to share discoveries. Yes, but mine is more important, and you've brought it to my attention so that I'll recognize the importance. That was a task you needed to accomplish here. Now please submit your full report to the proper channel so I could read them in a less distracting environment. Oh, all right. Polite but firm. That is the key. You locate the nearest elector and proceed with your rounds. Greetings, Your Imperial Highness. I am Stoyan, Regent Elector of Death's Wings. Welcome to the Drog system. He is an adult American male, dressed in well-tailored clothes of fine fabric with very little decoration. His face and voice seem almost emotionless as he speaks. Regent Elector? Our chosen is, as of yet, too young to assume the responsibility herself. He beckons forward a small American child, half your height, wearing a full-skirted frilly dress as pale as her hair. Her features are hidden under a dark veil, but flashes of bone white peek out between the holes in the lace. Has she fated her face for war? Say hello to Princess Orana, Arahil. You cannot tell whether or not she is making a face at all at you under there. She's an elector, even if not quite a voting one. It is a pleasure to meet you, Arahil. You try to offer her a welcoming smile. I'm in mourning. Oh, I'm sorry. Have your parents recently crossed over? Stoyan did not introduce her as his daughter, after all. It was many cycles ago, but Outerhill is particularly devout. That is much of what led her to being chosen elector. You ought to be more devout. Why aren't you in mourning? Didn't your father, the Emperor, just enter eternity? Princess Orano has many duties and must consider the needs of the Empire as a whole. She does not have the luxury of a deep mourning. The tiny child lifts her chin proudly. I will pray for you. Thank you. I have heard that the Emperor was engaged in some fascinating research at the time of his demise. I hope you intend to follow his footsteps, with better results, of course. Perhaps. Do you really have a pet golden viper? Do you think he cares about any pet? We could get a black, all-consuming blob after all. Yes. She folds her thin arms and looks up at her regent. I want a pet. Okay, this is Arahil asking. And I guess any pet would have mattered. You already have a great many skeletons. The poor thing can't keep a pet for the life of her. You can't tell from his delivery whether those skeletons are former pets or current ones. Come now, let us have some punch and cookies. I suppose cookies would be acceptable. I am sure we'll speak again later, Your Imperial Highness. Of course. You watch the two of them leave together, the regent guiding his ward without touch. There is no sign of a spouse connected to Stoyan. Outerhill, of course, is too young for betrothal. He probably has negative feelings about me. Other elector, middle-aged by Mao standards with a thin frame and short-cropped fur. He is wrapped in clothing more decorative than Stoyan's, and he smiles widely at your approach. Ah, Your Imperial Highness. It is with the greatest of pleasures that I introduce myself to you. I am Sidapart, Elector the Imponderable. But of course you know that already. His voice is somewhere between charming and impudent, with a beautiful tongue trill over the R of his name. Jealous. Pondering the Imponderable is a deeply held tradition of our race, as you know. Empires, love, life, meaning, and meaninglessness. But of course, you are filled with youthful determination. The universe looks different when you've had time to become jaded. Such a beautiful flower as yourself should not wilt so soon. May I kiss your hand? We shall offer it. You need his approval, after all. Very well. Don't worry, I am perfectly harmless. His lips brush lightly over the back of your hand, almost unnoticeable. Truly a pleasure, Your Imperial Highness. You'll pardon me. I have other visitors whom I must avoid. I will await your call some other time. Right. A strange fellow. He carries 2 umbrellas. He isn't married. And he did seem to take some interest in you, but can he be trusted? He has positive feelings. Okay. Arts and emotion, or condition and domination? Emotion, I think we're doing pretty well on. We could become more alluring for now. Let's become more alluring. I've already got plenty of menace. And I think spaceship and gunnery put us pretty well in for Space Admiral Dictator. We'll stay here for now. Heru 3 Sector. Previously unknown diseases surface on Kochim. Victims, this is new. Victims suffer intense fevers and pustulent lesions. It appears to affect individuals of multiple races. We currently have no information on incubation periods, mortality rates, methods of transmissions, or even the source of the ailment. So turn 21. if no grib disease. The sector's economy is heavily dependent on tourism. News of an outbreak will damage many businesses and may cause unrest. However, travelers in and out of the region might spread contagion. Disabling the sector's warp gate to enforce a strict quarantine will stop the disease from spreading, but also prevent medical teams from reaching the crisis. What is your priority? Military plus bureaucracy, science plus bureaucracy. We have no bureaucracy, lock down the sector. The most important thing is to stop the spread of the disease. Send orders to shut down Heru 3 warp gate. Very well, how should we handle the public information aspects? Media and intrigue, media and bureaucracy, media and science, media and economics. Encourage safe spending. Need additional advertising to encourage people to spend money without spreading the disease. I'll dictate a request, we'll get the process started. An epidemic is a bad omen for the Empire. Whatever way you look at it, this could do great damage to your reputation. Get my allure up. I could also get dramatics up. I feel like dramatics is at least interesting. We'll do dramatics. Update on the Heru 3 situation. Military plus bureaucracy success. The Heru 3 warp gate has been successfully closed to traffic. The news has not been well received within the sector. Science plus economics failed. Your financial support for the sector economy has encouraged more tourists to go out and spend money in local restaurants, keeping the business sector happy, and raising your approval with local politicians. At least there's that. These guys feel like scientist types. I don't have a science guy yet. I could also propose engagement to either of them. Cinepart likes me. Let's see if I can negotiate his support right now. If not, we'll see what he wants. He chuckles. The age-old wizard with her people. What's in it for me? What's he want, a trifle? Scarcely a moment of my attention, nothing too taxing? The eldest son of my second wife is putting forward another motion of the courts to try and divest me of some of my property. Dealing with this sort of paperwork is highly unpleasant and wastes a great deal of my time. I prefer the case be quietly shuffled off the schedules. Once I'm Empress, I could have a case like that dismissed with a single word. Yes, of course you could, but once you're an Empress, what guarantee would I have that you would remember an old acquaintance? I couldn't, after all, take my vote back. If you think I might betray you, what guarantee do I have that you won't betray me? Common sense, my dear. Cheating an imperial heir, particularly one who might become Empress, even without my support, would be extremely short-sighted of me. If I pledge my loyalty to you, my dear, it will be in all sincerity, but there is my price. Simple enough, I would think. At least it doesn't sound dangerous. An inconvenient lawsuit. We don't have bureaucracy, so I don't think we can do it. Stoyan, let's offer you a cabinet position. You could be my science guy. Local Fed of Science. He's very busy with his research here and his duty to Outer Hill, but the Empire would be benefited with his expert guidance. Very well. 75. Enhanced palace movement with Science 75? Could I go faster? Not bad. And since I'm here anyway, let's see what his personal quest is about. The legal action which concerns Cinepart is being processed on the imponderable and subject to Mao-specific law. The various imperial proclamations and regulations still apply. If you have enough legal expertise, you might be able to find some loophole to derail the case and force its dismissal. Otherwise, you will have to travel to the Mao station in person to effect matters. If you gain access to the relevant offices, it could make all of the case's paperwork conveniently disappear. If you wanted to be more aggressive, you could make the entire office disappear, or you could track down the disgruntled heirs and persuade them to drop the case. Demolition, destroy the office. Menace, intimidate the heirs. I'm a graduate at Menace. Cinepart's estranged ex-stepchildren were not invited to the Imperial reception, and have never been introduced to you personally. They may not even recognize you. Threats would be much easier to make with the power of the Empire behind you, but might also have more consequences. A mysterious threat from an unknown young woman is less convincing. But if they think you represent some criminal organization, your true reputation won't be damaged. What should I do, folks? I have 85 menace right now. We do have ray gun ability. And we do have some dramatics. Let's approach them as the Imperial heir. You put on your fanciest jewelry and pay a visit to these impudent would-be inheritors, your Imperial bodyguards in tow. In haughty tones, you express that the future Empress would be very unhappy if they continue to cause trouble to the courts. With cursory bows and narrowed eyes, they agree to your demands. When you return to the palace, you receive a message from Cinepart that the case has been abandoned, and that you now have his vote. 6 votes for me, 3 for them, and 18 votes between us remaining. Interaction and emotion. I could put more deception. I think deception might be good. Let's go have another dinner party. So many dinner parties. Damn, I can go all the way out. Let's head back to Mirka 1. There's no reason not to go to Mirka 1. We got double speed movement now. Your Imperial Highness, I have reports on the disease situation the Warp Gate quarantine is holding. There are no reports of disease outside Hero 3 sector. The Comedia is aware of the situation, and is arranging additional scientists and medical support to fight the disease. Concern about the contagion is growing within the Hero 3 sector, and accusations are flying blaming the outbreak on various different segments of the population. In particular, there is a rumor about poor hygiene practices among the Heru being responsible, which is stoking racial tension. What a mess. Okay, let's get deception higher. I think deception's okay. Deception and dramatic. Let's get allure. We'll finally bring that to 50. And rhetoric I'll bring to 45. Now I'll bring allure up. Totally up. Practice level allure. Looking forward to seeing me home for Agonaglia on turn 24. It's turn 22 right now. You walk away from the final science lab with a sigh. Okay, turn 22 if we have science. And this is if we let the concubine live, right? Concubine live, science check, 75. You spent more than a trekkin poring over the experimental records, journal entries, and messages sent between your father and the Heru scientist 3-Fork Lightning. You've scanned the scientist's shelves and shaken out its eccentric clothing in search of crumpled notes. You personally walked through every relevant lab and stood where they would have stood. To view events from their perspectives, you have carefully handled the remains of the failed warp gate. And nothing makes sense. Three-Fork Lightning was an eccentric outsider whose theories were viewed with rightful skepticism by the larger scientific community. The Heru was thrilled to have the opportunity to pursue this research with the Imperial backing and produce enthusiastic reports on a regular basis. Those records revealed nothing but failure after failure. Every test imploded. This never raised alarms because tests were always on tiny amounts of material and the damage was safely contained. Perfectly normal for this level of research. The research wasn't going anywhere. There was no sign of meaningful progress, no scientists looking at the results who would even consider setting up a practical test with living subjects. The chance of success was absolute zero. If Three-Fork Lightning came up with an entirely new approach like a flash from a void, something that actually worked, that would have to have happened that very night, and every shred of evidence would have had to have been destroyed or the accident leaving no clue. It seems improbable. But it's a sci-fi fantasy video game, it probably did happen exactly like that. Mazardan testified to the cabinet that the Emperor received a message summoning him to the lab to witness a breakthrough. Unfortunately, you can't find any record of that message. What you find was the opposite. A message from the Emperor telling Three-Forked Lightning to meet him in the lab that night. Your father was not a stupid man. It is hard to believe that he would volunteer for a wild experiment with no history of success. And yet that appears to be what happened. Why would he have done something so obviously foolishly fatal? Like my bitrate is trying to do. Murder? Suicide? An accident? If it was suicide, he would have found so many other ways. I think he truly probably thought he had a breakthrough. Unless he was lured in. We have the Shadow to believe. What if the Shadow sent out a fake message for Three-Forked Lightning to meet with the Emperor, and then they were destroyed and he runs away? What if it was murder? The Emperor would not have risked his own life for so little reason. Someone made this happen. Maybe he was tricked into believing the Warp Field project was further along than it really was. Maybe he threatened to cut off funding and Three-Forked Lightning blew them up out of desperation. You don't know yet. What you do know is someone killed the Emperor, and they're not going to get away with it. You hurry back to your room so you can contact the Thresher privately. Your Imperial Highness, what is it? I am certain that my father was murdered. What? I've been going through the records of the experiment. The experiment that led to the accident, we've been over all this. No, it doesn't make sense. The experiment was obviously going to fail, so why did my father take part in it? He must have been tricked or forced or pushed, don't you see? Someone killed him. What I see is an adolescent with an overactive imagination who refuses to accept reality. My people, actual experts, have checked every angle. There was no evidence of murder, you're grasping at straws. Maybe Madrid did it and that's why he's disappeared. The Thresher stares at you in silent disapproval. You have the entire future of the Empire depending on you, and this is how you waste your time. Maybe you aren't the right person to carry the Empire forward after all. Your Imperial Highness, I officially withdraw my support for your candidacy. She's not an elector, though. What? You can't do that? Perhaps Elector Lucomir will find my advice more to his taste. She cuts off the connection. She can't just abandon you, can she? And then it hits you. If it's proven that the Emperor was assassinated, the Imperial Thresher is honor-bound to offer her own life in apology for the failure. She's been sandbagging. She's been pursuing her duty perfectly fine. In every other aspect of her duty, in intelligence and security, except for proving the assassination of the Emperor because she does not want to die. She's betraying you to save her own skin. At least she wouldn't dare to have you killed, would she? Without access to the Thresher's agents, what are you going to do? Thresher. Kurondri, the Imperial Thresher, has pledged her support for Lukamir's candidacy. Korana can no longer investigate background, can no longer investigate network. We got conspiracy going on here. So everyone here has already got a vote in. I gotta be back by turn 24. So we can go 1-2. I can go 1-2. I can go 1. And then... yeah, and then back over. Man, that's quite the pickle. So now we're cautious, right? We're cautious. We can go interaction gunnery or arts and gunnery. Arts, I can get more visual, more music. Or I could get us back towards indulgent, and then either interaction and emotion, or interaction and gunnery. With the lure higher up, I wouldn't mind getting rhetoric. Let's play with my snake. Garafina understands me. You wouldn't betray me to save your own skin. Okay. Turn 22, we can be here and right back. Turn 23 now. Reports of the Heru Plague? That's an ugly way of phrasing it. The Comedia's medical experts have arrived at the sector or are liaising with the local physicians who've been studying the problem for some time. Multiple treatment avenues appear promising. For the moment, however, the problem continues to spread. It is impossible to contain all rumor at this stage. Even diplomats outside the Celestial Empire are hearing discussions of this potential pandemic. Economic success. Rumors of plague might damage interstellar trade. You also have a message from Crystal Nova, communicated their disappointment that you did not rendezvous with them to discuss their captive spy. Where's my map? Now that we do have double jumping, we could make the exchange and back. I had more important things to worry about. It's too bad for their captive, but he's only one person. You have a whole empire to protect. We could have gone... we gotta be down here by 22, right? Be down here by 22, and then 23, and 24. If we had the double jump of Science 75. So getting up here with a whole lot of menace. No, getting up here and promising a position is enough to get the double thing. So we could go here first. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. And then for turn 4, meet my friends. As early as turn 4, we can get science. Maybe. That's certainly another way of doing it. We can get Science 75 by turn 4 just by offering the position. Get rhetoric up. Practice level rhetoric. Oh, but Rod's voting against me. I was gonna get him to be my new Thresher. I can't stay around forever. I got more allure. 65 allure. Maybe we could flatter him, charm him, and then get his negotiation that way. He likes music and things. You could put him in charge of culture. He'd be in media. Okay. He'd be in media. The crazy woman with the crab, which should be the intrigue. Alright, okay. Regit, we're gonna give you a cabinet position. Logothet of culture. 20! I can only denounce right now. He's pathetic when it comes to culture. I thought a man who appreciated his music and his opera would be better at that. Okay, we'll end the social turn and head back home. Unless I want to... My mood's currently compliant. We can go to cautious for stealth and environment and engineering. I want to get Rhetoric 75. A natural 75. Let's play with my snake. You know, maybe the gal who likes to party, maybe she'd be better for media. Interaction and emotion. Let's head home. There's good news regarding the potential pandemic. The expertise of our celestial doctors has triumphed. A treatment has been found to reverse the symptoms and halt the spread of the disease. It's getting dark here, but the game is bright enough to light me up. It'll take some time to track down all the infected, and some may refuse treatment. But the worst of the crisis is behind us now. Science! Success! It's never that easy to eradicate a disease. There'll be intense disruption for at least a season, and the symptomless carriers may continue to spread the plague and cause it to pop up elsewhere. But once it's a known threat with a cure, it won't cause so much panic, just another everyday hazard. Warp traffic in and out of Hedo 3 will resume shortly. The crisis may be subsiding, but will have left marks in the minds of the populace. I have notified the Basilica of Shadows that you will be present for the Agonaglia rites, which will take place after this turn's classes. However, they returned a strongly worded suggestion that you not attend. Apparently you are in disfavor with her All-Holiness. Storming the Basilica will not do your prospects any favors. When your Empress, her tune will change. Fuck! So I still need to impress her first. natural rhetoric, and we'll get 75 allure? Graduated allure? Sit in your room, check the latest feeds. I go Nagalia right, so Lukemir standing. The fucker! The position should have been mine! Play with my snake some more. Okay. Exa Thay has pledged her vote to Lukemir. The bitch! Okay, I'm gonna get a whack job to be my new Thresher. Your Imperial Highness, I've heard from the Heavenly Palace's Science Department that there's a discussion among the medical community of the possibility about the source of our plague outbreak. Rumors suggest a possibility that the contagion may actually have been some manner of biological weapon. Do you suppose this game might contain commentary on the world that it was developed in? Opinion seems torn on whether there was an accidental escape from a government research lab or deliberate tests on the population. But we didn't make any plague, did we? I am not aware of any bioweapon research that would have produced these results. Certainly, there was no government order to perform such a test. However, your father did pursue many strange and secretive projects. Do you wish to issue an official response? Suppress rumors with menace? Blame foreign aliens? We got good amount of rhetoric. We got a natural 75 rhetoric. It is my place as Empress to reassure that the disease was natural. We need to reassure the people. I'll write up a statement explaining that the disease was a natural occurrence that is now completely under our control. Very well. And now let's get... I could push etiquette towards 80. Or empathy to 70. Let's get etiquette to 80. Graduate level etiquette. You check your messages to see what happened with those biological weapon rumors. Expert rhetoric failed! You issued what you thought was a clear and sensible statement explaining that the disease was a natural occurrence. There was nothing at all to worry about. For some reason, people who were already paranoid took your statement that there was nothing to hide and claimed it was proof I was hiding something. How frustrating. Ah! Truly a commentary on our times. Heru 3. So soon after disaster. More pleasant business. Heart device by Ascoldian Senate, by the Ascoldian State Opera Company. Affected mood to social, which I want anyway. Got set rhetoric of 75. Graduate level. I got graduate level rhetoric. How did I fail graduate level rhetoric? It's gotta be higher than graduate level rhetoric then. It's gotta be like... Oh man. I mean, I guess I can't see there being any good outcome. Even with 75 rhetoric, we couldn't convince them there's nothing to hide. People are stupid, they're conspiratorial already. If I use my menace to suppress things, that would have also been pretty conspiratorial. The deep state hiding the truth. And if I just blamed it on foreign aliens, great. We get to do racial tension. We'll get 70 empathy. You're relaxing in bed when you hear the beep of an incoming message, and then another, and another. Finally get up and go look at your messages. It's from Esmarai, the concubine with the baby. She insists that she's entitled to pride of place at the upcoming opera performance as the emperor's favorite and the mother of his child. She demands that you acknowledge her message and confirm the seating arrangements. It could be she truly wants no power as regent. It certainly could be enough that she gets to continue her life of luxury in the celestial heavenly palace. You didn't even know she was coming. She doesn't live in the palace anymore. Are you expected to arrange rooms for her as well? You're not her secretary. Well, she didn't ask about accommodation. She's asked about being given a box seat as befitting the member of the imperial family. Trick her with bad seats deception. I shall put her in my box. Dad's favorite alongside Dad's favorite. You confirm her seating with a sigh. She is entitled to some privileges. And now we got Imperial history success. Rennick is actually the only individual colony in the Empire that is assigned 2 electors, and it's not because of the size of the population, it's because of too many wealthy and influential nobles wanted to claim the planet for themselves. In the early days of colonization, there were 2 rival capitals on the planet's surface, each attempting to claim the position of official central government. There were raids, assassinations, and even a mass poisoning incident. To calm the feud, the Emperor at the time chose to recognize them as 2 separate colonies, align them each individual representation. Over time, the 2 political entities have largely merged and interconnected, though the original capitals still maintain a friendly rivalry in sporting competitions. And then onwards, we do got better economics now. Let's keep it colorful and casual. The culture of this sector revolves around fun. To win their approval, it makes sense to show that you understand and appreciate their way of life. Bring on the flower dresses and drinks with tiny umbrellas. You know, if I won a major lottery jackpot, what I would start to do is I would buy up tiki bars around the place, and I would replace the generic Warren Buffett, beach bum, tiki cups, umbrella stuff with like Chamorro music, you know, some Palauan food. Fijians got some good music, you know, we can get some like, there's some Fijians around this area. We could maybe see if any of them DJ. And the Howleys will be so entirely bored when I take their precious tiki bars and their precious tiki drinks and their little blue beverages and the big cups with the little orchids and everything like that, and I give them some actual Islander culture. And because, in this fantasy, I've won a major lottery jackpot, about half of that money is being used to make money, because once you have money, it basically reproduces on its own. You put it in some high-value funds, it keeps on squirting out more money month after month, year after year. So it doesn't matter if the Howleys don't enjoy the tiki bar turned into proper Islander bars, because I could just keep on feeding money into failing ventures until they start to like it and they appreciate some Islander music. There are any number of businesses on these planets who are accustomed to catering to conferences and delegations at short notice, and they are thrilled by the opportunity to supply the Heavenly Palace. Not only should the electors feel more comfortable, but you may have made some useful contacts in the sector. Once the party's in full swing, you find yourself surrounded by smiling, laughing guests, and it's kind of fitting, I think, that soon after Heru 3 had a pandemic and has reopened up after the cure is found, that we come over, bringing business, bringing catering. Everybody wants to stop and tell you what a fabulous time they're having, and you can't resist lingering a little to accept their compliments, even though you know the electors are waiting. At last you make your way over to the first of the electors. Braneka is one of the electors from Rennek. Yeah, we already know her. Bureaucracy student Thale, son called Ren. Yeah. Could I make her a thresher? Dad, I'm afraid. Empathy. You don't think she's very sad? So, let's ask her about the crab. There's something odd in the way she looks at you when she says that. When she says what? You've suffered your own loss so recently as well. You have my deepest sympathy for the death of your father. The Empire is never going to be the same without him. It's the look of someone who thinks she knows your secrets. Grand Master is at level 100. Which secrets those might be, you're not sure. She knows the circumstance of my birth. She knows. Ask about the necklace. That's a very unusual pendant. I designed it myself. She places the palm of her hand under the unfortunate creature's legs, allowing it to stand for a few moments before dropping it back into helpless dangling. How long does it last? It's cruel. It is. It's cruel. And she wants to be seen as such. It seems cruel to treat a living creature like that. Her eyes go wide. You, Princess of the Celestial Empire, concerned about the welfare of a little Heru beach crab? How odd. Do you apologize to your dessert? My dessert is consumed more humanely. She pokes the crab again, and it snaps feebly at her fingers. It is not alive the way that you and I are. It doesn't think or feel. All it can do is eat and fight and sleep, and I do feed it. I should say I'm being quite kind. But it's interesting that you feel differently. Have you offended her? Stare her down. I'm going to stand by my convictions, and if she wants to show her dominance and power over life, then I shall show my dominance and power over her. You haven't said anything wrong, and you are not going to back down. You stare at Braneka, unwavering, until she drops her rise in submission, and that is how we shall earn her respect. Expert empathy failed, but empathy graduate succeeded. You sense her feelings towards you leaning negative. Leaning? Okay, there's this loaf. Science, success, his eyes look odd. Has he taken some kind of chemical? Okay, so he's just on drugs. His slurred, slow speech is because he's high off his rocker right now. Of course, my side lost, pretend not to know. Mention my temple match. Actually, I played a ritual match for the Basilica of Shadows. Whoa, that's awesome! We should get you on the field. Feelings toward me are hostile. So I think there is different success gates. Like, we got empathy and then empathy again. So maybe the reason I failed rhetoric before is because I completely overshot? No, that can't be right. Madam Electorate. So, when she calls me Majesty, it's not because we have her support, it's because she wants me to feel ingratiated to her, to marry her rake of a son. forget what I was lacking to blackmail her the last time. Arts and emotion. My emotion's already fantastic. I feel like maybe more deception, but dramatic could be good enough. Arts and emotion go indulgent. We haven't spoken with anyone here yet. So let's stay put for now. Heart of Ice. Epic tragedy telling the tale of two lovers, American woman and a Miro man. Wish to marry, but a jealous Mao witch comes between them. She sacrifices all of her power to banish the woman to the spirit realm, for as long as a man's heart remembers her. Musical and dramatical arts failure, don't care about the plot details, operas are like that. You and Esmeralda are both seated in the same box, though she pays no attention to you. Do I wish to make a speech? Praise the Empire. I've got a natural etiquette of 80. Let's praise my father this time. This was his thing. Emperor Dragosen was a great patron of the arts and one who was deeply committed to honoring the culture and creations of the Celestial Empire. He was not simply a leader, he was a man of vision. He embodied the values of all who had come before him, and he carried that weight forward. He chose to build and to uplift, and what better way than through art? This opera, Heart of Ice, was a particular favorite of his. I regret greatly that he is not here to appreciate this performance, and yet he is still here through us. Please enjoy. You sit down to the sound of polite approval. Performance is lavish, musician skilled, goes on for quite a long time. Musical plus dramatic art success, too swept up in the emotion to feel tired. And what about the concubine? Jubilee to prepare for in turn 28. We're gonna survive to turn 28 this time. We're not going to antagonize anybody. Alright, we got excited. Well, if we got excited, respond to change in environment without freezing up, useful in a fight. I could put 30 points into reflexes, work on our physical condition. Or I could put things into something else for just 10 points each. 50 dramatics. Practiced level dramatics. Now it's been 6 hours and I do want to go into my next step. It's new information from this point onwards. So let me grab the bathroom because it has been 6 hours. And when I come back with fresh cups, we'll head off into new territory. Alright, let's hop back in. So, Imperial Thresher, we have none. We need a Spiritual Advisor, Imperial Thresher, and Lord Chancellor for bureaucracy. I think Brunecka would make a good Thresher. That's what it comes down to ultimately. Offer a cabinet position. Toasty. No, don't go for my waters, Toasty. My waters are not yours. My waters are not yours, Toasty. No, Toasty. Toasty is such a silly kitty. What he does is he'll put his nose in, he'll see there's water, and then he'll dip and try to lick. Except Toasty, you use your paws to dig in litter to bury your poop. You put your paw in poo and pea sand to bury your poop, Toasty. Just go mlem. Just go mlem. You don't have to. No, not your paw. No. Just lick. Is that a bit of fuzz in there, Toasty? Is there fuzz in my water? He's actually licking. He's actually licking his own. Folks, this is momentous. I've taught him how to drink water out of the cup without using his paws. He knows how to drink his regular water fountain. I think it's just because his water fountain is low and wide. This cup is tall and narrow. This is the stream right now. The stream right now is just holding the cup while he drinks. Have your water, Toasty. You were really so thirsty, Toasty? You've been so thirsty sleeping on my bed behind me? You're such a cutie kitty. I would just put the cup down on the floor and let him drink out of it like this, but I know him. Dipping his paw in to lick it off, the water off his paw is step one. If he wants more of the water, he'll just spill it. So, did you finish, Toasty? Is that enough? No! And then he does that. Toasty! You've ruined my water, baby. You can't be impatient like that. Come on. Come on, Toasty. Let's get rid of this water now. Come on, we'll put this in your fountain. Come, Toasty. Toasty, let's go. Come here, Toasty. Toasty, come here. Come here. I poured the rest of my water into his fountain. He's fouled it. Won't be using that cup until it goes through the dishwasher again. She smiles, displaying the sharp points of her teeth. What role were you picturing me in? Oh, I can't choose a thresher. External curator or Lord Chancellor? For some reason she smirks. While my climate and dietary preferences forward to your household managements, they can prepare for my arrival. At least I have her vote. Galactic relation skill of 20. So, spiritual advisor and imperial thresher are people who already exist, so I can't fill in those roles. Either they help me or they don't. And now Onyx wants out, so I'm gonna let Onyx out of the room. Cats! Come on out. I've got some pretty weak advisors here. I was hoping to get Eve as spiritual advisor, but that's fine. These guys hate me right now, so let's see, I'm excited. My current skills, we got dramatics at 50, empathy at 70. I think it's time I start taking care of myself. We got gunnery pretty damn good. Let's do more combat stuff now. We're excited. Interaction and emotion or combat and environment. We had Daredevil next. Zero G trampolines without dying. We would have Heru 2. I don't know Heru 2. The searing heart of the Heru system baked by the sun. Go to Heru 2 first. While Jubilee festivities are being held all across the Celestial Empire, you are personally obliged to host a celebration here at the Heavenly Palace and entertain a selection of dignitaries. Media failed. As a representative of the Emperor's legacy, you're required to make a speech, but first, you must acknowledge your guests by welcoming the delegation from the 4 primary Imperial races. And that means you have to choose what order to acknowledge them in, which is absolutely guaranteed to please some and enrage others. Which group do you welcome first? The Mao are considered co-founders of the Empire. And then the Americans naturally afterwards. I think I've got as much support as I can get out of the Tharkans. We'll do the Heru next, and the Tharkans shall be last. I would like to thank everyone throughout the Empire, communities, friends, and neighbors for coming together to celebrate this Jubilee. We are in a time of transition, and we will all share sorrows, but we still have so much to be thankful for. We do not forget the past, but we maintain our sense of hope and optimism for the future. Graduate level rhetoric. We who stand in this room are only pieces of a much greater whole. Each of us are representatives of faiths, of organizations, of cultures, of sciences, and arts. It is through our different contributions together that we create the foundations for the Celestial Empire, a great masterwork which is admired throughout the galaxy. Please everyone, step forward and enjoy. The music swells and guests begin to circulate. Everything is going smoothly. At one point, a military drill squad in crisp dress uniform demonstrates a sequence of synchronized rifle tossing and spinning, demonstrating the precision in drill. You are taken completely by surprise when a member of the drill squad suddenly turns to face you. An electric dart flies out. And then instant death! Well, I took a BRB and we're gonna go to the next death that was feeling so good. And then the death is here. This is turn 28, right? This is the Jubilee. Potential death. Reflexes would be an easy one. If we did some sport to get the approval of, what was her name, Mixothe? Eat the Shay? Then we could probably already have the skills required to succeed here. Zorana did not live to claim the Imperial throne. The future of the Celestial Empire remains unwritten. But it doesn't have to end this way. Train different skills, make different choices, and Zorana's star might rise again. I do, at least, have some decent notes built up today. And now that I know that I can't rely on the Imperial Thresher if she leaves, that I can't replace her, because the Thresher, the spiritual person, and the military person appear to be roles that remain constant. But everybody else I can try to find better positions for. There were a few duds. But we got some new knowledge too, like learning that we could get Science 75 pretty damn easy. We got further than we did yesterday, which I'm very proud of. We got the military man with us. We got the science man with us. As we keep goofing around, I might end up putting in more detailed notes. More detailed notes like we had for Long Live the Queen, where it's a very precise week-by-week thing. What to learn, who to talk to. It might end up getting that precise as I narrow down how I want to arrange this tight schedule of hours. And the thing is, this will only be one possible way of playing the game. The game's pretty open. As linear as Long Live the Queen was, you could play it in so many different ways. This checklist, we're not going to find all the things in this checklist playing the way that I'm playing it. I would have to play completely differently with different skills learned in different orders at different times, and different people to speak to. Evacuate a colony with 0 losses. I think I know what to do with that. If we do the Grib colony, and if we've already impressed the Admiral guy, Yakuwa, and we could send him off immediately. Swamp monster with bare hands is probably the kid's thing when I meet death. Claim a new territory by force. Maybe if we protect the colonists with Yakuwa's support and more aggressively. Secret science project we could discover. Evidence of my father's plan. Maybe he wasn't murdered. Ten different methods. I wonder how close I am now. That's another death, too. So, we're at what, at least 5? destroyed someone's reputation is probably going to be the mother of the baby or the concubine who adopts him. Oh, we didn't do the dream this time, did we? Spirituality and galactic relations would give me a dream on turn 20. We haven't solved the puzzle box either. But I think that's going to be all the time we have for tonight. We made a lot of headway through Galaxy Princess Zorana. And we'll do more with it tomorrow. But first, who do we have online to throw a raid on to? Dr. CDCS is playing Sam and Max Hit the Road for December. So how about we go see Dr. CDCS? He's a pretty cool guy and I enjoy Sam and Max Hit the Road. We'll go from the danger of the Heavenly Court to the relative safety of touring around the American highways at tour around the American highways for the Americana quiche. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll make even further headway into this game. With some repair, we could open up the puzzle box. Oh man, if we open up the Novan puzzle box, that could be a whole nother branch entirely. We've already seen 2 different branches today. Some reflex. Some basic reflex should survive being shot by the guard. Because that one feels like a possibly unavoidable assassination attempt. We could also get better advisors, and we shall. Advisors are an easy vote to get. I go in, I say I'll give you a cabinet position. They don't gotta like me, they'll support me, and they'll give me their stats. So tomorrow we'll put more of these lessons to use. Stick around for the raid, say hi to Dr. CDCS, and I'll catch you guys next time. Take care of yourselves. You know, the first time that I put a video element into OBS and then used it, I thought it wasn't working because if the video is playing through OBS, it's not playing the video itself on your computer. And so you can't hear it. I was like, oh my goodness, why isn't this video working? I could see the video, but I don't hear it. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? And of course, you know, stream side, totally talking over the video, working and playing and doing audio. Just a funny thing I remembered. Watching the silent Gin on my side, knowing that there's actual tomorrow. Anyway.
月のシャワーを優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよ。ああ思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ。Tomorrow 走ろう新しく Tomorrow 輝こう強く